Chapter 3279. Half a day later, they had toured the entire Rakshasa sect. Yongkai brought Rani Ro and Yukaran out again. 19? Yes, they went straight out of the sect. In the main hall, the remaining 5 Dao Source Realm cultivators of the Rakshasa sect were busy preparing for the coronation ceremony and making invitations. Suddenly, a female disciple walked in and whispered a few words in Qin Pei's ear. Qin Pei waved her hand to dismiss her and laughed. Our honored guest elder really can't stay idle. Taoingrua asked, what happened? Qin Pei replied, he went out with 2 disciples. Taoingrua's beautiful eyes lit up. Where did they go? Qin Pei said, I heard that they went out for a walk. They should have gone to Luo City. Luo City was a city under the jurisdiction of the Rakshasa sect. It had a population of several million, and most of the expenses of the Rakshasa sect came from this city. They went to Luo City. Taoingrua pondered for a moment, and her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded and said, good, good. The few Dao Source Realm cultivators looked at her with strange expressions. Qin Pei said, senior sister, you mean? Taoingrua put down the invitation in her hand and took a sip of tea. Why did we spend so much effort to prepare for the coronation ceremony and send out invitations? Qin Pei thought for a moment and said, naturally, it's to create momentum. The only sect master of the Emperor realm was dead, and Yongkai took the initiative to ask to be the honored guest elder. How could the Rakshasa sect not make use of such a good opportunity? The greater the momentum created now, the more the surrounding forces would not dare to underestimate the Rakshasa sect in the future. Taoingrua said, and this momentum is on Elder Yang. We're just borrowing his strength to create momentum, but it's different if he shows up himself. Just wait and see. His trip to Luoqing this time is equivalent to announcing his relationship with our killing Rakshasa sect in advance. Let's see who dares to underestimate our sect in the future. The few Dao Source Realm cultivators' eyes lit up when they heard this. Qin Pei said, senior sister, are you saying that Elder Yang did it deliberately? Taoingrua nodded and said, if not, why didn't he have a good rest when he just arrived? She smiled and said, we owe him a big favor. Everyone was enlightened, and their faces were filled with gratitude. 2 days later, Yongkai returned with Rani Ro and Yukaran. Since then, they had been living on Luosha Peak, secluding themselves and cultivating. But the effect of his trip was soon revealed. Although Luo City was under the control of the Rakshasa sect, the shops in the city did not belong to the Rakshasa sect alone. Most of the surrounding forces had businesses in the city. Yongkai, Rani Ro, and Yukaran swaggered through the streets of Luo City. It was difficult for people not to notice them. Naturally, they sent the news back to the forces behind them one by one. The disciples of the Rakshasa sect, who returned with the invitations, reported that the forces who received the invitations were all very polite to them. They all said that they would definitely be present at the coronation ceremony. Several forces even had masters from the Emperor realm personally come forward to receive the invitations. All kinds of signs indicated that the Rakshasa sect's crisis had passed. With Yongkai's protection, no one dared to have any ideas about the Rakshasa sect. When the news reached the Rakshasa sect, Taoingrua and the others were overjoyed. They prepared for the coronation ceremony even more carefully than when they prepared for the coronation ceremony. But then again, the entire Rakshasa sect was like a dragon without a leader. There were no masters from the Emperor realm, so no one was qualified to assume the position of sect master. For the time being, Taoingrua, who was the strongest among them, temporarily took over the position of sect master. Only when she reached the Emperor realm would she truly take over the position of sect master. On this day, while Taoingrua was busy, Yongkai suddenly came to her uninvited. Taoingrua did not dare to neglect this great hero, who had saved the Rakshasa sect. She hurriedly invited him in and personally served him fragrant tea. After taking a seat, Taoingrua asked, Elder Yang, are you used to living here? Is there anything wrong with the service of the disciples? Yongkai smiled and waved his hand. I'm used to wandering outside. It's the same wherever I live. Ero and Karen also serve me very attentively. That's good. Taoingrua pursed her lips and smiled. If you need anything, just tell them. There was one thing that she was very curious about. According to Ranny Rowe and Yu Karen's daily report, since returning from Luoqing that day, Yang Kai had been cultivating and did not see them at all. In this world, there were really men who were not moved by beauty. Just this point alone was enough to make Tao Yingrua admire him. She believed that Yang Kai knew why she arranged for Ranny Rowe and Yu Karen to go over. If Yang Kai really wanted to, it was just a matter of pushing the boat with the current. Whether it was Ranny Rowe, Yu Karen, or the dozen or so female disciples, they could not resist. As time passed, Tao Yingrua became more and more satisfied with this guest elder. He only gave and did not ask for anything in return. What else could she say to such a person? I came here today to consult the next sect master about something. Yang Kai looked solemn. Tao Yingrua said, Elder, if you have anything to say, my Rakshasa sect will definitely obey. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's not a big deal, but I want to leave something in the Rakshasa sect. Something? Tao Yingrua was stunned. Yang Kai said, I believe the next sect master has heard that I cultivate the law of space and can set up a territory, crossing space array. Tao Yingrua nodded. This information was not a secret since the incident at the Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai was able to get more than 200 people from the Emperor realm, 3 holy spirits, and more than 30 monster king as helpers in just one day because of the space array that could cross territory. Otherwise, how could he travel back and forth between the Eastern Territory, the Northern Territory, and the Southern Territory in just one day? Hearing him mention this, Tao Yingrua's eyes lit up. She said excitedly, Elder, you mean? Yang Kai nodded and said, That's right. I want to set up a space array in the Rakshasa sect that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. You know that I can't stay here all year long, so I will leave after the coronation ceremony. In the future, the Rakshasa sect will have to rely on yourselves. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. If the Rakshasa sect really encounters any danger one day, and I'm not there, you won't be able to resist. If there is a space array, it will be different. You can go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to ask for help at any time. Although she had guessed it, when Yang Kai really said this, Tao Yingrua was still very excited. To be honest, it wasn't that she hadn't considered this before. Yang Kai was willing to come to the Rakshasa sect to be the guest elder. It wasn't impossible to ask him to connect the Rakshasa sect and the High Heaven Palace together, so as to seek long-term and effective protection. However, she didn't know what Yang Kai needed to set up a space array. In her opinion, a magical thing like a space array that could cross territory would definitely consume a huge amount of energy. She might not be able to afford it even if she sold the entire Rakshasa sect. Secondly, she didn't want to give Yang Kai the impression that she was insatiable. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would actually take the initiative to mention it. She was immediately delighted and said, Elder is really a good person. Yang Kai laughed and said, It's a small matter, but this still needs the agreement of the acting sect master. Agree, of course I agree. Tao Yingrua nodded quickly. Her state of mind, that she had cultivated for so many years, almost collapsed. At this moment, her expression was like a child who had gotten a new toy. Suddenly she was startled and said, But what does Elder need? Elder, please draw up a list, and I'll send someone to collect it. I don't need anything else. If you have space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, just give me some. Yang Kai had collected a lot of materials for arranging space arrays, and he had more than enough to arrange 100 more. But since the other party had said so, he just accepted a few as a token of appreciation. Good. I'll have someone find a way to collect these 2 things. There's one more thing. Does the acting sect master have any thoughts on where to set up the space array? Since he wanted to set up a space array, he naturally had to choose a place with tight security. Tao Yingrua said, Where does Elder think is the most appropriate place to set it up? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, Looking at the entire Rakshasa sect, the forbidden area behind Rakshasa Peak is the most suitable, but it is a forbidden area after all. Tao Yingrua immediately said, Wherever Elder thinks it is, this mistress has no objections. Her straightforwardness surprised Yang Kai, but he still nodded and said, All right, then it will be in the forbidden area. Rua suddenly smiled faintly and said, "Elder, you went to investigate the forbidden area. Were you disappointed?" Yang Kai said awkwardly, "I wasn't disappointed. I was just a little curious." Rua pursed her lips and smiled. "It's normal to be disappointed. Usually there's nothing special about the forbidden area. If you want to take a look at it, you'll have to wait until the night of the full moon." Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "The night of the full moon?" Rua shook her head and said, "I don't know the specific situation. I only heard the sect master mention it once. Only on the night of the full moon will some unexpected changes occur in the forbidden area. If Elder is interested, you might as well wait a few more days. The night of the full moon will be in 5 days. Then I'll have to take a look." Yang Kai suddenly became interested. He had gone to investigate the forbidden area once before, and was greatly disappointed. However, he didn't expect that there would be another mystery in the forbidden area that wouldn't reveal itself until the time was right. This aroused his curiosity, and he made up his mind to take a closer look on the night of the full moon in 5 days. It could be seen that in order to repay his kindness, the Rakshasa sect had completely let down their guard against him. If he were in their shoes, Yang Kai could understand their feelings. No matter what, simply giving them something couldn't be maintained for a long time. He asked a few more questions, but to his surprise, Rua had never been to the forbidden area, and naturally didn't know what would happen on the night of the full moon. In the entire Rakshasa sect, only Yuluocha was qualified to set foot there. After bidding farewell to Rua, Yang Kai directly rushed to the forbidden area in the valley, and took out a large pile of materials to arrange a space array. After half a day, the space array had already taken shape. Yang Kai casually refined a transmission token, and called Ran Yi and Ro Nu over. He told them the use of the transmission token, and taught them how to open the space array. He asked them to pass on the message to Rua. With this space array, the Rakshasa sect would no longer have any worries in the future. After Rua received the transmission token, she personally came to thank him. Yang Kai simply took her to experience the transmission token, and directly sent her back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. She was amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 3280. In a flash, 5 days had passed. In the forbidden area of the mountain valley, surrounded by lush trees and fragrant flowers, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and looked up at the sky. The weather was good, with a bright moon and few stars, and the night sky was dark. There was nothing unusual in the surroundings, and as time passed, the full moon slowly climbed high in the sky. At this moment, a strange fluctuation of power suddenly appeared. This fluctuation was so weak that if Yang Kai had not been paying attention, he would not have noticed it. "It's here," Yang Kai muttered to himself in a low voice, his expression turning serious as he began to perceive the surroundings more attentively. The Rakshasa sect's forbidden area only had some abnormal changes on the night of the full moon, which really made him curious. Under his perception, the surroundings fell into a calm state again, as if what happened just now was just an illusion. But after a short while, the strange fluctuation of power appeared again, and this time it was much clearer than before, disappearing as soon as it appeared. "Where is it?" Yang Kai looked around with great interest, his eyes shining brightly. The third fluctuation soon appeared, and Yang Kai, who had been prepared for it, immediately looked in a certain direction, and was immediately stunned. Because that direction was actually the brilliant cliff that he had observed before. When he came here to investigate 5 days ago, the cliff that had left the deepest impression on him was probably this cliff. It was as smooth as a mirror and clear as a mirror. There was not the slightest trace of human effort. It was all the work of nature. But now the abnormality was actually this extremely flat cliff. Yang Kai was a little surprised and swept the cliff with his divine sense inch by inch, wondering if there was some kind of profound barrier here that could hide it from his detection. But after searching for a while, he still found nothing. Fortunately, the strange fluctuation of power appeared more and more frequently, faster and faster, until finally, a strange scene appeared on the smooth cliff, as if it had turned into a mirror. The mirror was strange and varied, but it was impossible to see clearly. And with the change of the cliff, A massive amount of world energy was produced in the mountain valley, filling it to the brim. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. Feeling around, he found that the world energy in this valley was comparable to the heaven-rank secret area of the Spirit Lake Palace outside Maplewood City. If an ordinary cultivator could cultivate in this place, 1 day of cultivation would be equivalent to 10 days of cultivation for others. The valley was not like this during the day. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was not much stronger than the surroundings. It was really amazing that there would be such an astonishing change on a full moon night. But Kai Yang faintly felt that this kind of change was only a superficial one. The most important thing was probably the smooth surface of the cliff. He exerted his eyesight and stared deeply at the cliff, trying to find some clues from it. Looking at it, Kai Yang suddenly let out a cry of surprise. This was because he actually felt something inexplicable from the refraction of the brilliance of the cliff. As he focused his attention, the folding and flipping rays of light actually had the tendency to turn into words. The more he focused, the clearer he could see. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent and took note of it. A moment later, he was surprised to find that this was an extremely good cultivation method. This time he was really surprised. On a full moon night in the forbidden area of the Rakshasa Sex Valley, a cultivation method was born on the cliff. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. This cultivation method was incomplete, but after carefully examining it, it seemed to be suitable for women to cultivate. It was somewhat similar to the Rakshasa sex cultivation method. Thinking about it this way, he guessed that the Rakshasa sex cultivation method was born from this cliff. It was likely that Yu Luocha had discovered something unusual here, and obtained this opportunity, which allowed her to cultivate all the way to the Emperor realm. It was precisely because of this that she established a sect here, and established the Rakshasa sect. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were fluctuating, the scene on the cliff changed again. It was no longer a blurry and distorted text, but a distorted figure appeared. The figure seemed to be dancing on the cliff under the moonlight, but there was a mysterious divine technique in its every movement, which was intoxicating. If one could immerse themselves in it and comprehend it, they would definitely gain a lot. Yang Kai didn't know how this strange scene was formed, but it could be man-made or natural. He could only sigh. The world was really full of wonders. Immersing his mind in it, he carefully comprehended it, and verified it with what he had learned. He also gained a lot. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Yuluacha's luck was really bad. If she was given enough time, with this opportunity alone, she would definitely be able to reach the Third Order Emperor realm in the future. Unfortunately, he actually died in the Orthodoxy Palace, dying young before he had the chance to mature. But now, Yang Kai understood why Yu Luocha had turned this place into a forbidden area, even forbidding Taoyingrua and the others from approaching. This kind of thing was naturally best enjoyed alone. Otherwise, once news of it spread, it would attract many people's greed. Of course, Yu Luocha's selfishness was a factor, but it was also human nature. But then again, Yu Luocha's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, so her comprehension was definitely not very good. Otherwise, with this opportunity, she wouldn't have only grown to this level. At a certain moment, the light on the cliff suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai, who was immersed in all kinds of comprehension, felt something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. His gaze was so deep that it seemed to be able to cross the barrier of space and look directly at a certain place. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Yang Kai got up and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the mountain valley. Quietly staring at the void in front of him, Yang Kai's space principles suddenly fluctuated. His hands slowly stretched forward and then disappeared, as if they were inserted into the void. Open! With a loud shout, space was torn apart and a void crack formed. Yang Kai plunged into it. The surroundings were filled with nothingness and chaos, and there was also a terrifying turbulence surging in the void. Anyone who came here would have a difficult time, and if they were careless, they would be swallowed by the void and get lost in this void crack. Yang Kai was still not afraid. It wasn't the first time he had come to this kind of place. Principles fluctuated around his body, and the surging void turbulence was pulled away by an invisible force. He then wrapped his space principles with his divine sense and spread it out in all directions to investigate carefully. After a while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He slowly shook his head and returned the way he came. Reappearing in the mountain valley, Kai Yang discovered that the night had unknowingly passed, and it was now almost daytime. Standing in place, Yang Kai looked around, then looked up at the sky and then at the smooth cliff in the distance. A thoughtful look flashed across his face as a bold guess emerged in his heart. If he was not mistaken, he probably understood what was going on with the changes in the forbidden area in this mountain valley. Unfortunately, he couldn't grasp any clues throughout the night, and only realized it when it was almost over. If he wanted to fully understand it, he would probably have to wait another month. He would have to wait until the next full moon to find out the truth. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, but when he thought about it, he felt relieved. On the way back to Rakshasa Peak, Randy Rowe and Karen respectfully greeted Yang Kai outside the hall. Yang Kai walked past them and walked into the room, his voice drifting over. "Inform me when the ceremony starts." "Yes," Randy Rowe and Karen respectfully replied. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been cultivating behind closed doors and did not go out. It wasn't until the day of the ceremony that Yang Kai dressed up under the service of Randy Rowe and Karen. It was not the first time he had experienced a crowning ceremony. The last time he was in Azure Sun Temple. It was funny to say that both were crowning ceremonies for guest elders, but each one was grander than the last. Even if other sects hired guest elders, they would not hold any ceremony. At most, they would send a notice to the surrounding sects that they were on good terms with, telling others that this person was already a guest elder of their sect. In the future, when they go out and meet them, everyone would give face. But whether it was Azure Sun Temple or Rakshasa sect, they all attached great importance to Yang Kai. Not to mention Azure Sun Temple, Rakshasa sect's safety now depended on Yang Kai. How could it not be grand? Guests from all around came to congratulate. Not only the guests from nearby forces who received the invitation, but even many people from Rakshasa sect who had never dealt with rushed over. Facing the unexpected arrival of the Emperor realm one after another, the disciples in charge of welcoming guests in front of the mountain gate were under a lot of pressure. Tao In Ruachin Pei and the others also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't expect so many people to come to their own crowning ceremony. There were only 5 Dao Source Realm Masters in the entire Killing Luo sect, so they had no choice but to send 3 of them to greet the guests outside the mountain gate, while the remaining 2 were busy greeting the guests. They simply had no time to spare. But they all knew that the reason why they came uninvited was not to give face to Rakshasa sect, but to give face to Yang Kai. The incident at Orthodoxy Temple had been brewing for such a long time that it had already spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. Not to mention, all the slightly famous sects in the Southern Territory at that time had been involved. Basically, everyone who was still alive owed Yang Kai a life-saving grace. Since they came to congratulate, they naturally brought gifts. The disciples in charge of registering the gifts were shocked to the point of numbness. The countless natural treasures left the female disciples of the Temple Ghost sect, who had not seen much of the world, flabbergasted. When they registered the gifts, their hands that held the brushes trembled. With so many people coming, the originally prepared seats were far from enough. Tao In Rua urgently mobilized the disciples and increased the number of seats by nearly 5 times, barely making up for the gap. On this day, the entire Rakshasa sect's thousands of disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, were all working around the clock. They didn't have the time to rest at all. After the event, the number of people from the Emperor realm who came to congratulate Rakshasa sect was more than 100. There were also countless cultivators from other realms. There were almost 1,500 guests in the entire main hall. This number was more than all the disciples of Rakshasa sect. It really showed Tao In Rua and the others what the influence of a single person was. The ceremony was held as scheduled. Under the congratulations of countless people, Yang Kai became the Rakshasa sect's guest elder. Now that his status was confirmed, Tao In Rua and the others finally felt relieved. Chapter 3281. The grand ceremony only lasted for 1 day, but it wasn't until 3 days later that the Rakshasa sect finally calmed down and sent off the various guests. 24. During these 3 days, Yang Kai had been dealing with the various great emperors. Since he had become the Rakshasa sect's guest elder, he could only take advantage of his position and use this grand ceremony as a bridge to establish good relations between the Rakshasa sect and many other sects. This result made Tao Yinrua and the others overjoyed. It could be said that their goal of hiring Yang Kai as their guest elder had been achieved. In the future, no one would dare to casually provoke the Rakshasa sect in the entire southern territory. With Yang Kai's golden signboard, the Rakshasa sect only needed to develop step by step, and there would always be a chance for them to rise again. This was not something Yang Kai needed to consider. He had the High Heaven Palace to protect the Rakshasa sect only because of the jade bracelet, so it was impossible for him to stay here for a long time. Originally, he had planned to leave after the grand ceremony. In any case, he had left a territory crossing space array. If the Rakshasa sect really encountered any trouble, Tao Yinrua could go to the High Heaven Palace to ask for help. However, because of the forbidden area in the mountain valley, Yang Kai had to delay his departure for a while. He planned to wait until the next full moon before leaving. On Rakshasa Peak, Tao Yinrua let the few Dao Source Realm junior sisters over. After Rani Ro reported, Yang Kai received them in the guest hall. The 5 Dao Source Realm junior sisters lined up in a row below. After bowing together, Tao Yinrua said, "The Rakshasa sect will never forget Elder Yang's kindness. In the future, if Elder Yang has any orders, the Rakshasa sect will definitely obey." Yang Kai raised his hand and helped them up. He waved his hand and said, "Acting sect master is too polite. I am now a member of the Rakshasa sect. This is my duty." Tao Yinrua said gratefully, "The Rakshasa sect is really lucky to have Elder Yang." While speaking, she gave Qin Pei a meaningful look. Qin Pei walked forward with a space ring in her hands and respectfully handed it over. "This is..." Yang Kai took it and glanced at her suspiciously. Qin Pei said, "This is the congratulatory gift from various guests during the grand ceremony. The disciples have a tally and made jade disc. Elder Yang, take a look and see if there is anything missing." Naturally, they couldn't leave these things behind. Yang Kai gave Yang face. Naturally, they couldn't leave these gifts and handed them all, gifts. Yang Kai Yang. S. This was an unimaginable wealth for the entire Rakshasa sect, but it was nothing to him. The High Heaven Palace now controlled the entire northern territory. The annual income was beyond imagination. What was this little thing? Yang Kai didn't intend to share these things with the Rakshasa sect. He knew that even if he said it, Tao Yinrua and the others wouldn't agree to accept it. These women weren't so thick-skinned. Moreover, it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. If the Rakshasa sect wanted to develop in the future and obtain cultivation resources, they must have a long-term business. He had already made plans for this. If acting sect master is free, you can go to the High Heaven Palace and look for my head chief. Maybe you can discuss with her a way to make the Rakshasa sect rich. In the future, the disciples will need various resources for their cultivation. Tao Yinrua's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Thank you, Elder Yang. I will go in a few days." Yang Kai nodded and said, "When you go, tell her that I will stay here for a month. I will go back after a month." Okay. For Tao Yinrua and the others, it didn't matter how long Yang Kai wanted to stay in the Rakshasa sect. After all, even the forbidden area in the valley was open to him. What else could he not want? It would be best if he could have something with Ran Yiru and Yukarin. Unfortunately, this wish didn't come true. In the following 20 days, Yang Kai stayed in his room as usual and didn't come out. Not to mention Tao Yinrua and the others, even Ran Yiru and Yukarin didn't see Yang Kai again. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was a full moon night. Yang Kai came to the forbidden area in the valley early and couldn't help but frown. The last time he came here, the moon was bright, but this time, the weather wasn't good. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the whole world was dark without the slightest bit of light. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't know if the change in the weather would have any effect on the forbidden area. But if it was as he had guessed before, the weather didn't matter much. He waited quietly, and at a certain moment, the familiar feeling appeared again. Yang Kai's expression brightened, and he felt that his previous guess was right. However, this time, he didn't pay attention to the smooth cliff, because there was no moonlight, and there was no abnormality on the cliff. He directly went to the last place he noticed last time. Not long after, another weak energy fluctuation appeared. This time, Yang Kai, who was prepared, opened his eyes wide and stared at the void in front of him, his heart filled with excitement. Sure enough, as he had guessed, when the energy fluctuation appeared, an imperceptible crack appeared in the void, but the crack disappeared in an instant, so the energy fluctuation also stopped abruptly and wasn't obvious. Last time, Yang Kai had noticed this anomaly, but his mind had been immersed in the smooth cliff until the last moment, so he was unable to track the source of the energy fluctuation. There must be something in the void crack. Every full moon night, the unknown existence would break through the void, causing a void crack to appear in the valley. Then, under the refraction of the moonlight, some of the situation inside the void crack would be reflected onto the smooth cliff. So the source was not the cliff, but the inside of the void crack. Yang Kai couldn't help rubbing his fists and couldn't wait to find out what mysteries were hidden in the void crack here. Even if others noticed this, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so as long as he could track the source of the energy fluctuation, he could directly tear space and enter the void crack to investigate. Although Yang Kai had also torn space last time, the void crack was unpredictable and unpredictable. Even if he used it in the same place, he couldn't find the source. After several energy fluctuations, the fleeting void crack finally appeared in its entirety. If it weren't for Yang Kai, even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be able to detect it. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai inserted his hands into the void crack, tore it to the sides and flashed inside. Inside the void crack, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment as he stared blankly ahead, almost unable to believe his eyes. Everything that had happened before made him speculate that there might be something hidden in this void crack, and in fact his guess was right. This time, he had followed the traces and found something. But what was hidden here was not a rare treasure or divine weapon as he had imagined, but a person, a woman. It should be a woman. A man wouldn't wear such a flowery dress. The woman was sitting cross-legged in the void. She was so thin that she was only skin and bones. Her eyes were sunken in, and her hair was silver white. Her eyes were dim and lifeless, like the eyes of a dead fish. Her entire body was filled with faint vitality, as if she could die at any moment. Yang Kai was shocked. How could there be a woman here? He knew that the void crack was extremely dangerous. Not to mention that he wasn't proficient in the Tao of space. Even someone like him could lose his life if he got lost in it. However, he had never thought that he would one day find a woman in the void. Judging from her appearance, she should be one of the unlucky people who got lost in the void crack. But who knew how long she had been lost? She was so thin that she was just skin and bones. It had to be known that those who could enter the void crack were not weak, and since they were strong, they would naturally carry some recovery spirit pills, source crystals, and the like. But judging from the situation of this woman, Yang Kai estimated that she had been trapped here for thousands of years. Otherwise her body would not have shrunk so much. The moment he saw her, Yang Kai almost imagined a scene. After being trapped in this endless void crack for so many years, all the items in his space ring had been consumed, leaving him with no choice but to rely on the vitality of his physical body to maintain his vitality. After an unknown number of years, almost all of his flesh and blood had been consumed, resulting in his current emaciated appearance. Who was she, and how did she get trapped here? What shocked Yang Kai even more was that she was still alive. Her vitality was indeed faint, like a candle in the wind and rain, about to be extinguished at any time, but she was still alive. Because when Yang Kai saw her, her dim eyes suddenly moved stiffly, as if they had not moved for a long time, but they immediately fixed on Yang Kai. Staring at each other, her eyes flashed with joy and disbelief as if she had just escaped death. and a gurgling sound came from her throat. Seeing this scene at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The woman's mouth, which was as dry as tree bark, opened and closed a few times, but she was unable to make any sound. With this movement, her originally faintly discernible vitality was rapidly consumed, and the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat, truly afraid she would die. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from his space ring, pinched it between his fingertips, and walked over. The woman's eyes were immediately attracted to the spirit pill in Yang Kai's hand, like a starving ghost who had seen some delicious food, her weak breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Yang Kai sighed secretly. Although he couldn't feel any powerful aura from this woman at the moment, she had been able to survive in the void for thousands of years, so her strength was absolutely terrifying. At this moment, just an Origin King grade spirit pill was enough to make her so weak, so Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. She no longer had the demeanor of a master. Chapter 3282. To be honest, Yang Kai didn't know whether this woman was good or evil after finding her in the void, so he didn't know how to deal with her for a while. This woman was a heinous existence, so if he saved her life, wouldn't that be the same as helping her commit a sin? However, if this woman had accidentally broken into this place and was trapped here, it would be too cruel for him to just sit back and watch. He was definitely this woman's last chance, and if he didn't do anything, she would definitely die. So, in any case, Yang Kai decided to restore her vitality first. It wouldn't be too late to make a decision after he learned more about her origins and nature. Stepping forward, Yang Kai handed over the spirit pill in his hand. The emaciated woman stared at it eagerly, trying to swallow it, but sadly, she didn't even have the strength to open her mouth, and could only look up at Yang Kai pleadingly. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, suddenly feeling that he had been too cautious. Even if this woman had really been heinous in the past, in her current state, it would take her at least a few dozen years to recover. With no other choice, Yang Kai reached out, opened her mouth, and stuffed the spirit pill into her mouth before circulating his emperor chi to help her swallow it. A look of gratitude flashed across the woman's eyes before she closed her eyes and began to adjust her breathing. Yang Kai didn't remain idle either, placing his hand on her shoulder, and regardless of whether she agreed or not, carefully pouring his emperor chi into her body to help her refine the medicinal efficacies. As a result, Yang Kai understood the situation in her body like the back of his hand, and he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. He didn't know what kind of cultivation this woman had at her peak, but at this moment, her physique was shriveled up, and her meridians were almost completely shriveled up. Yang Kai had to concentrate and carefully circulate his emperor chi. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, her body would explode and she would die. An Origin King grade spirit pill was naturally not enough for her to fully recover. Even with Yang Kai's help refining all the medicinal efficacies, she only managed to stabilize her unstable vitality. Her emaciated appearance didn't change at all, but her dead fish eyes finally regained some color. Yang Kai sighed with emotion. It was said that even ants would struggle to survive, let alone humans. However, if a person was really trapped in this place for thousands of years, Yang Kai felt that it would be better to just die. At least death would be the end of everything. Being trapped in this place was simply torture. But this woman had survived. What kind of strong willpower and tenacity did this require? The cultivation of this woman's temperament was definitely unimaginable, which was why she was able to persist under such conditions. After refining the Origin King grade spirit pill, the woman stared straight at Yang Kai with a look of longing in her eyes, obviously wanting Yang Kai to give her more pills. Yang Kai pretended not to understand, and stood there scratching his face. Seeing that there was no result, the woman didn't press the issue, and closed her eyes again. After recovering for a while, she opened her mouth, and a string of words came out. It was obvious that she hadn't spoken for a long time. Even though she had obtained a spirit pill to maintain her vitality, she still couldn't form a sentence. After struggling for a long time, she finally managed to form a complete sentence. Many thanks. These two simple words seemed to have exhausted all her strength, so after saying them, she closed her mouth and fell silent. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. It was nothing. May I ask what honored sir's name is? The woman was startled, and a blank look appeared in her eyes. Yang Kai observed her expression, and wondered if she had been trapped here for so long that she had even forgotten her own name. But very soon, the woman tried her best to reply. Sound. Rain. Bamboo. A person's name was their brand throughout their life. Even if they forgot it for a while, they could always recall it after some thought. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. This name was quite strange. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to have heard of this surname among the people he had dealt with. This junior is Yang Kai. Yang Kai cupped his fists. I am the current guest elder of the Rakshasa sect. I inadvertently found something in the forbidden area, and followed the traces here. I didn't expect to see honored sir here. The abnormality in the forbidden area of the Rakshasa sect was caused by honored sir? Sheng Yuzhu nodded. It was unknown whether it was because she was a woman of few words, or because it was difficult for her to speak. Sure enough, Yang Kai laughed dumbfoundedly. Everything that had happened in the forbidden area had led him to guess that the root cause was in this void crevice. And after seeing this Yuzhu here, Yang Kai immediately concluded that those anomalies must be man-made. Sheng Yuzhu was trapped here, so she used the great divine technique to leave clues through the tiny space crack. If someone really found this clue, they would definitely be curious about the space crack and find her. But this kind of inexplicable clue could only be found by Li Wui of the Spirit Beast Island in this world, except for Yang Kai, because only the two of them were proficient in the law of space and could perceive the existence of the space crack. Otherwise, the sect master of the Rakshasa sect, Yuluocha, wouldn't have been unaware of it. She only thought that the situation in the forbidden area was a blessing from heaven and earth, a blessing from heaven to the Rakshasa sect. In that case, what Yuluocha had comprehended from the smooth cliff was intentionally left behind by Sheng Yuzhu. Therefore, Yuluocha could be considered as Sheng Yuzhu's disciple. The entire Killing Luo sect could be considered as Sheng Yuzhu's disciples and grand disciples. Looking at Sheng Yuzhu's current situation, it was obvious that she didn't have the ability to do those things. Yang Kai estimated that the method had been used thousands of years ago and had been maintained in an incredible state. That was why the situation changed every full moon night. How long have honored sir been trapped here? Yang Kai asked again. He was really curious about this question. Sheng Yuzhu slowly shook her head. I don't really remember. This was a really sad answer. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but cry for her. She didn't remember how long she had been trapped here. Obviously, it had been a long time. So long that she couldn't calculate the time. Does honored sir understand the law of space? Yang Kai thought of another matter. The space crack in the forbidden area of the valley couldn't have appeared for no reason. It could only have been man-made. Sheng Yuzhu said. I have been trapped for too long. I can only think of a way. After a long pause, she said with difficulty. I just know a little. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. That space crack was too small, as fine as a hair. Yuluocha had been cultivating in the forbidden area for thousands of years, and still hadn't noticed it. If Yang Kai hadn't been proficient in the law of space, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. It was reasonable for Sheng Yuzhu to say that she only knew a little. If she didn't know a little, she wouldn't have been able to create that space crack. If she was proficient in it, she would have already expanded the space crack and escaped. Yang Kai estimated that her attainments in the law of space were only at the entry level, far from touching upon the law of space. Little brother, Sheng Yuzhu suddenly called out. What can I do for honored sir? Yang Kai looked at her. Sheng Yuzhu said, since you can come here, it means you can tear space. Can you take me away? After talking for a while, her ability to express herself gradually became smoother, and her hoarse voice gradually became smooth, but she still lacked breath. When she said this, her eyes were full of desire. After waiting for so many years, a person had finally come to her, and at first glance, she could tell that this person was proficient in the law of space. If she wanted to escape, she had to rely on Yang Kai. How could she not grasp such a good opportunity? Yang Kai touched his chin and said with a troubled expression, but I don't know if honored sir is a good person or a bad person. Sheng Yuzhu blinked and said, if I say I'm a good person, will you believe me? Shaking his head, Kai Yang sternly replied, naturally I don't believe you. Sheng Yuzhu said, if I were a bad person, I wouldn't have been schemed against back then and be stranded here, unable to see the sun all year round. Yang Kai shook his head and said, words are no proof. If honored sir is really an evil person, I can't let you go. Sheng Yuzhu sighed and said, how can you prove whether I am good or evil? I have been trapped here for who knows how many years. Even if there were people I knew back then, I'm afraid most of them are already dead. You don't necessarily know those who haven't died. Do you want to go out and inquire? That's not impossible. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Then who do you know? Well, if you think they can't live until now, you don't have to say anything. Just pick a few of them and tell me. Sheng Yuzhu laughed and said, you are very careful. Yang Kai said solemnly, I can't help it. Forgive me. Sheng Yuzhu thought for a while, and the first name that popped out of her mouth startled Yang Kai. Is Wukong still alive? Yang Kai's eyes widened, and his face was full of excitement. Wukong? Which Wukong? Sheng Yuzhu looked at him thoughtfully. You seem to have heard of this name. So he succeeded? Yang Kai's head was dripping with cold sweat. A person who was trapped in this dark place for tens of thousands of years, sir, didn't go crazy. Sheng Yuzhu looked at him meaningfully. She kept trying to send messages to the outside world. It's the one you are thinking of, to lead people to rescue her. The heaven-devouring great definitely an experienced old monster. Yang Kai was shocked and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and sneered. Are you acquainted with Wukong? Honored sir. Sheng Yuzhu chuckled. Do you think I am easy to fool because I am young? Thanks to him that I'm trapped here. Sheng Yuzhu was stunned and asked, What do you mean? Yang Kai felt that his brain was not enough. Why Yang Kai suddenly turned woman hostile. In front of him Yang Kai trapped snorted. In this crack of the void, also known as the heaven-devouring so wasn't she from the same era as the first person in history? For a moment, if he really Yang attacked couldn't help sweating. Would you still be alive? Previously, are you telling me that you are also one of the great emperors for a long time, at least thousands of years? But if she was from the same era as Wukong, thousands of years were nothing. That was tens of thousands of years. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Chapter 3283. This was obviously impossible. If this Sheng Yuzhu was really one of the great emperors, she would have broken through the void and left this place. 21. The great emperors inherited the fortune of heaven and earth, and were recognized by the heavens. They were not existences that could be trapped in the void. He really succeeded, Sheng Yuzhu murmured. The expression in her eyes was a little strange. She paused and said, "It's no wonder you misunderstood. It's just that when I was trapped here by his trap, he was not yet one of the great emperors." Yang Kai's mouth opened wider than an egg in an instant. The amount of information in this sentence was a little too much. Wukong had been famous for too long. If she showed any abnormal behavior, the name of the great emperors of heaven would have to consider whether to take her out or not. Was known by everyone in the entire astral world. Sheng Yuzhu was obviously stunned when he became one of the great emperors. Yang Kai said solemnly told Yang Kai the heaven-devouring great emperor wreaked havoc in the territory of the great emperors. Wherever he passed, the question was, he destroyed the stars. How long had she been trapped here? The great emperors could not bear it. It was a long time after Wukong became one of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor. Sheng Yuzhu looked at him and the war of the great emperors could be traced back to 30,000 years ago. In other words, it's been so long. This Sheng Yuzhu had been trapped a complicated expression inside faint 40,000 years. Success because of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Sheng Yuzhu could not get out of the heaven-devouring great painstakingly studying. Karma is a circle. She had just entered the threshold of the power of space. Senior, you should be happy. She could barely open a spacecraft and send out a message. Yes, I should be happy. Yang Kai almost suspected that she was lying. I thought that he would not have a good survive in this place for so long. That he would end up being attacked by so many people. Back then, well, since he's Wukong and I were on par with each other in terms of strength. Let's not talk about him. We both had the potential to become great emperors. Because of Zhan Wuhen and plotted against me. Yang Kai's cold sweat slid down his forehead with Wukong for the position of great emperors. Senior Hong Chen is the role model of my generation. And it was actually done by a woman. I've met him a few times. It was hard to imagine. I've also met the great emperors of must have been very famous back then. But who are these Zhan Wuhen and Chu Tianji? Before I could, Sheng Yuzhu said plotted against by him. Two of them were the great emperors. Drifted into the void until today. Although Yang Kai did not know who Zhan Wuhen and Chu Tianji were. This enmity is really big. Sheng Yuzhu said, the battle for the great Tao was unscrupulous. The Iron Blood catalog. It was not that Wukong was the most combative and shameless. Perhaps he has another name now. Although he was not a good person. But his real name is unknown. Sheng Yuzhu was not a good person. He's just a fraud. The hatred between them was irreconcilable. Through the mysteries of heaven. Sheng Yuzhu's reaction to this matter at this moment was quite ordinary. He said without any resentment or hatred. May be referring to the Iron Blood great highly of her, and the great emperors of heaven's revelations. But this way, in his heart, he could be sure that she was indeed an old monster who had lived probably for tens of thousands of years. She was only half a step away from becoming great emperors. However, this was not surprising. Because she had not been recognized by heaven and earth, people who might still be alive to great emperors. Naturally, such a character was not comparable to an ordinary third-layer emperor. Since these top-notch existences had survived until now, she could challenge for the position of great emperors at any time with this relationship, and replace the no matter how powerful she was now. She really went Yang Kai up and down again and provoke her. You don't even if the great emperors met her, you are actually a second-order give her some face. In time, they are all the great emperors. To compete with the heroes of the world. Eyes showed a look of nostalgia, said solemnly, as if she was recalling the past. The body goes. She quickly recovered and said nodded and said, "Very good. They shouldn't be dead, with such ambition. You just need to ask them who I am in the future, and they will naturally tell you." After a pause, she said, "They are all still alive. You haven't told me yet." Yang Kai wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a bitter face, "He's dead." But the great emperors are all mysterious people. Although Wukong's physical body was destroyed, his soul was entangled with Duan Hongchen. They shared a body, so it could be said that he was in a half-dead state. The reason why he answered like this was because he wanted to see how Sheng Yuzhu would react. I can't find them. Of the four great emperors, Duan Hongchen was probably still entangled with Wukong in the ancestral territory. Although the Iron-Blood Great Emperor was in charge of the Star Court, he was also mysterious. The last time he appeared in the Western Territory, it was a pity that he did not meet with him at all. Instead, he destroyed his territory crossing space array and intercepted Lin Yun-er. Yang Kai estimated that if he met the Iron-Blood Great Emperor again, he would not have a good face. After all, he almost kidnapped Xiao Yun-er. As for the Great Emperors of Serene Soul, needless to say, last time in the Eastern Territory, he had a little conflict with his daughter Yao Lin and almost killed her. In the end, it was the soul of the Great Emperors of Serene Soul who came to solve the problem. This was not a small matter. The Great Emperors of Gloomy Dark did not pursue the matter, so how could he take the initiative to send himself to them? It was said that the Great Emperors of Heaven's Revelations lived in the Divine Design Valley, but Yang Kai did not know where the Divine Design Valley was in the territory and where the door was. In the end, it was because Sheng Yuzhu's level was too high. Although she was now skinny and weak when she spoke, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. With tens of thousands of years of friendship, all the people she knew were illustrious and famous. Then what should I do? Sheng Yuzhu was a little helpless. It had been too long. If it had been thousands of years, it would have been fine. The Emperor realm had a long lifespan, so she could mention a few more names and let Yang Kai investigate. However, after tens of thousands of years, how many of them had survived to the present? Almost all of them were great emperors. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "No need to trouble yourself. I will take you out." Sheng Yuzhu was surprised. "Aren't you afraid that I am a bad person?" Yang Kai smiled freely. "Even if you are a bad person, you have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. How much cultivation do you have left now? Even if you want to do evil, I am afraid that you are powerless. What's more, if you are really a heinous person, Wukong's fate is an example of what happened to you." Since Sheng Yuzhu knew so many great emperors, those great emperors obviously knew what kind of person she was. If such a day really came, the great emperors would definitely not sit by and do nothing. They were not afraid of what she would do. Sheng Yuzhu said gratefully, "Thank you." After a pause, she said, "But I am not a person who is used to accepting favors. Since you saved my life, I may be able to give you something in return." Yang Kai said seriously, "It's nothing. You don't have to worry about it." He was not playing hard to get. In Yang Kai's opinion, Sheng Yuzhu probably did not have many good things on her. Even if she had some good treasures, what did he lack? The mountains and rivers bell in his hand, Sheng
was
Yuzhu
enough to
nodded
interest
and said,
the great emperors.
"Yes, the bottle of
Yuzhu
heaven
could
and
not
earth
take
can
out a
only
secret
accommodate
treasure
10
that
great
was more
emperors.
powerful than
If
the
you want to
mountains
become
and
a great
rivers bell.
emperor, Sheng
You
Yuzhu
can only
said,
wait for the
"Listen
position
to
to
me
be
first
vacant
and then
compete
compete with the heroes of the
She
world."
looked as if she was sure
Yang
that
Kai
Yang Kai
sighed,
could not
"That will
refuse the
take years.
temptation.
The life
Yang
of
Kai
the
was
great
also
emperors was
interested
very long
and put on a
unless they
posture of
died in an
listening
accident.
attentively.
How could there
Sheng
be a
Yuzhu
vacant
said,
position?
"As I said
After
before,
the War of
you are
Emperors,
young, but you
several
have such
great
a cultivation
emperors were born.
base.
But
In
it was all
time,
thanks to Wukong.
you may have a chance
in
to
the battle
compete
of
with
the
the
shattered
heroes of the
Star
world.
Sea. But have
Several
you ever
great
thought
emperors
about why
died
there
at
are
the
only
hands of
10 great
Wukong.
emperors in the
The
world?
wondrous pill great emperors.
Yang Kai said,
The flower
"I have
shadow
heard
great
that the
emperors,
world is like
the
a
night
bottle,
shadow great
and the
emperors,
capacity of the
and
bottle
even
is
the bright
limited.
moon great
It
emperors
cannot
were all
accommodate
promoted
more than
later.
10 great emperors. I don't know if it is true or not." Sheng Yuzhu said with some surprise, "You actually know this?" "I just heard it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Chapter 3284. Therefore, these people had to thank Wukong. Without Wukong's massacre, they would not have had the chance to become supreme emperors. But there's always a chance, isn't there? After all, the great emperors are not immortal. Sheng Yuzhu smiled slightly. Perhaps she was a beauty at her peak, with a sweet smile. But at this moment, it was not suitable for her to smile, because it was uglier than crying. Your biggest advantage is that you are young. Yang Kai nodded and said, Senior, you are right. He had only been cultivating for 100 years, and with his talent, it was not a problem for him to cultivate to the 3rd level of the sovereign realm, or even half a step away from the great emperors. He had a long life and said, and by that
Junior
time,
is very grateful
he might
for
have a
Senior's
chance to
kindness.
stand at the peak.
Now let's get
Sheng
out of
Yuzhu
here.
said slowly.
Thank you.
If there is such
Sheng
a day,
Yuzhu nodded
if
gently,
there is such
trying
a day,
to suppress her voice.
I will tell you how
but
to
it was
become great
obviously
emperors.
trembling,
Which
Yang
showed
Kai's
how
body
excited
shook,
she was,
and his eyes lit
After
up.
all,
He stared
she
at
had been
Sheng
trapped
Yuzhu
here
and
for
said,
tens of thousands
Senior,
of years.
do you know the
If she
secret
didn't
of
get out,
becoming great emperors?
she was afraid that
This
she
was
would
a
really
question
turn
he had
into a
always
pile
been
of
puzzled
bones.
about.
Yang
He
Kai
only
knew
knew
that
that
if
if
he
he
wanted
move
to
freely,
become great emperors,
so he didn't hesitate.
He had to master
He
the
directly
power of
walked
heaven
over and
earth.
apologized.
He did not
Then
know
reached
anything
out
else and picked her up.
However, great
She was
emperors
light
were
to
so
the touch,
noble,
as
that
if
if
he
he
was
could
holding a
master
pile
the
of power
bones,
of heaven and
which
earth,
made Yang Kai
he might
sigh.
not succeed.
She was only half
Now,
a step
Sheng
away from the
Yuzhu's
great
words gave him
emperors,
infinite hope.
but she had fallen
Sheng
into
Yuzhu
such a
said,
situation.
If I had not
How
been
much had
plotted
she
against
suffered
by
over the
Wukong,
years?
I might
Not
have
to
had
mention
mentioned
that
that she was a woman.
I have experienced
He didn't
a
know how
similar
she had
thing
provoked
once.
the Wukong.
Do you think I don't know?
But before she could
Yang
fight
Kai
for the
couldn't help
position of great
scratching his
emperors,
ears,
and
she had been
scratching his
plotted
cheeks.
against.
He couldn't
The law
wait
of
to
space
use violence
surged,
to pry
and
open
Yang
this
Kai
Yuzhu's
opened up a
mouth
passage
and
along
dig
the
out
way.
all his secrets.
In the blink of an eye,
if he could
he
really
returned to the
understand
valley.
the secret of
The rich
becoming a
aura of
great
heaven and
emperor,
earth rushed in
then
from
when
all
the time
directions,
he
and
would
Sheng
be ahead
Yuzhu
of
couldn't
everyone.
help but moan in
But
his
after
arms.
all,
He
he
was
was not
not
the
the
kind of
suddenly
person who
bloomed
could
with
not
an amazing
distinguish right
brilliance.
from wrong.
How many
How
years
could he
had
go
it been
against
since
his
she felt the
chief when
aura of
Sheng
heaven
Yuzhu
and
returned
earth?
the favor?
In that void
He had
cracked,
to admit
there was
that
only
Sheng
endless
Yuzhu's
nothingness
reward was
and
a bit
chaos.
big.
Although
If
it
she hadn't
sounded
had the protection
unreliable,
of her divine
it was
ability,
more valuable
she
than
wouldn't
any
have been
secret
able
treasure.
to hold on for
He
so
grinned
many
and said,
years.
Can't you tell
Yang
me
Kai
now?
clearly felt
Even
that
though
Sheng
he knew
Yuzhu's
it was
body was
impossible,
trembling
he
slightly,
still had to give it a
and he
try.
could understand her
Perhaps
feelings.
the other party would
He
really
deliberately
be kind
changed
enough
the
to
topic.
teach him.
This
Sheng
is the
Yuzhu
Rakshasa
shook her head
sect in
slowly.
the southern territory.
It's not the right time.
Senior may not
It's
have heard
useless
of
to
it,
tell you,
but this
you'd
sect
better
has
work
just
hard
suffered
on
a
your
great
cultivation.
calamity.
Countless
Opportunities
masters
are for
have
those
died.
who are prepared.
I have some
Yang
connections
Kai
with one of the
nodded,
masters
no longer
in this sect.
insisting.
So I
Suddenly,
came here to
his
serve as a
expression
guest
turned
elder
solemn
and try to protect
Then when the
him.
time comes,
If Senior
Junior
doesn't
may
mind,
have to compete
why
with
don't
Senior.
you temporarily
Is
cultivate
Senior
in
not
this
worried
sect
about provoking
and
a
wait
strong
until
enemy?
you recover a little before
Even
making
if there
a
was an
decision?
opportunity,
My body
would
is
be
on the brink of
extremely
death.
slim.
Do as
It
you
would
please.
be impossible for
Sheng
the
Yuzhu
position
didn't
of
mind
great
at all.
emperors
She
to be
just
vacated
greedily
like the
breathed
last
in the
battle
surrounding
in the
air,
shattered star
as if
sea.
she had been reborn.
The death of any one
Yang
of the
Kai
great
said,
emperors would
"Since
shake the
Senior
world.
doesn't mind,
Therefore,
then you can follow
even if
my
there was an
arrangements.
opportunity in the future,
Wait a minute.
it would most
Just as
likely
Yang Kai
only
was
appear
about
in
to
one
leave,
position.
Sheng Yuzhu
Sheng
suddenly
Yuzhu
was
patted
creating
him on
a
the
powerful
arm.
enemy for
Yang
herself.
Kai didn't know what she meant,
And this enemy
so
would
he
know
just
everything
stood there
she knew
and didn't move.
Hearing this,
At this
Sheng
time,
Yuzhu smiled
it
and
was
said,
dawn in the east.
In the battle of
After
the Great
waiting
Tao,
for a long time,
it's either you die
the
or
warm
I live.
light slowly
What's
enveloped
more,
the earth.
do you really
Sheng
think that
Yuzhu
when the
looked to
time
the
comes,
east,
there will
when
only
she
be
saw
two
the
of us?
sunrise,
Her
her eyes
eyes
were
were
filled with sadness
Everyone
and
in the world
excitement.
who is qualified
I didn't
will sense
expect
it.
that I would have
At
the
that
opportunity
time,
to see
maybe
this
you and I
scene.
can join forces.
Yang Kai was speechless.
So that's what
He
Senior
thought
thinks.
that she had something to
Yang
deal
Kai's
with,
doubts were all gone.
but who knew that
She
she
had to
deliberately
admit
stayed
that what
to
she
watch
said
the
was
sunrise.
very reasonable.
It could only be
At that
said
time,
that no matter how
all
long
the old
she had
monsters
lived,
hiding
a
in
woman
the
was
world
still
would
a
probably
woman.
swarm up. What difference would it make if there was one more person or one less? On the contrary, they could join forces with Yang Kai to resist the enemy and fight to the death at the last moment. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. But then again, Yang Kai sincerely admired her. If he was trapped in the void for tens of thousands of years, even if he had the means to save his life,
his character would have changed greatly. The mad demon would have gone crazy, but Sheng Yuzhu didn't. It could be seen that her temperament and perseverance were strong. Yang Kai had no doubt that as long as she was restored to her peak level, when it came to the battle of the Great Tao, he might not be her opponent, and perhaps no one in the world could be her opponent. But so what? Sheng Yuzhu didn't mind sharing her biggest secret. So how could Yang Kai, a grown man, be afraid? As a martial artist, we should have a clear mind and forge ahead. Looking to the east, Yang Kai's heart was filled with infinite pride. The conversation with Sheng Yuzhu made him feel a little urgent. Opportunities were indeed left to those who were prepared. Although he didn't know when the opportunity would come, before that, he must have the qualifications to compete with the heroes of the world. If he didn't even have the qualifications, even if the opportunity came, he could only watch it slip through his fingertips. Therefore, strength was the key to everything. He must improve his cultivation to the qualifications to participate in the competition. After accompanying Sheng Yuzhu to watch the sunrise for a while, Yang Kai took her back to Luosha Peak. Ranny Ro and Yu Karen were shocked when they saw Yang Kai coming back with a skinny woman, mainly because Sheng Yuzhu's current image was too horrible, but they didn't dare to ask anything. Under Yang Kai's instructions, they respectfully arranged for her to enter a room. After the two women left, Yang Kai said, "Senior, you can rest here for the time being. If you need anything, just let me know." Sheng Yuzhu said without any pretense, "Can you lend me some source crystals and spirit pills? I will pay you back in the future." Yang Kai's top priority was to quickly improve his strength and prepare in advance. Sheng Yuzhu naturally had to restore her strength as soon as possible. But Yang Kai didn't know if her cultivation had declined after being trapped for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps it had, but with her perseverance and determination, it wouldn't be too difficult to recover. She spoke freely, so Yang Kai didn't hesitate. He took out an empty space ring and filled it with millions of high-rank source crystals and some spirit pills for her. Sheng Yuzhu thanked him gratefully. When Yang Kai walked out of the door, he bumped into Taoyingrua, who was rushing over. "Elder." Taoyingrua cupped her hands and glanced inside the hall. Apparently, she had received some news and came to see what was going on. Yang Kai said, "Acting sect master came at the right time. I have something to tell you." He was about to tell Taoyingrua about Sheng Yuzhu and let her know that Sheng Yuzhu would be recuperating in the Rakshasa sect in the future. But before he could speak, he heard Sheng Yuzhu's
Yang
voice
Kai looked down at them
tell
in
her to come
surprise.
in. But after
Yang
thinking
Kai was
for
stunned for a moment
he
before
couldn't
he
help
smiled
laughing.
and said,
He guessed that
"Acting
these two women were
sect master, go
afraid
in.
that he would blame
That
them
senior
for
seems
informing
to have
Taoyingrua.
something to say to you."
But then again, senior,
Even if they weren't
Taoyingrua
here,
was shocked.
Yang Kai would
In
still
her
have
opinion,
gone to find
Yang
Taoyingrua.
Kai was already
After
a high
all,
and mighty existence.
this was the Rakshasa
But Yang
sect,
Kai actually
and he
called
really
someone
couldn't
bring
senior.
someone back
Could
for
it
no
be that
reason.
the person he
Helping
brought
them
back
up
was a third
Yang
order
Kai
emperor
casually
realm master?
comforted them,
But
and
according
finally
to
let them
Ranny Ro
relax.
and
Yu Karen's report, that person seemed to have difficulty moving, and his aura was weak. He was so thin that he was just skin and bones. How could such a person be Yang Kai's senior? Thinking so, she didn't dare to neglect and hurried in after excusing herself from Yang Kai. Yang Kai waited quietly outside. Ranny Ro and Yu Karen walked over and knelt down at his feet, saying in low voices, "Please forgive us, elder." Both of them lowered their heads and looked very pitiful.
Chapter 3285. After waiting for a long time, Tao Yingrua finally came out. Yang Kai turned his head to look and couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that Tao Yingrua's face was rosy at this moment, and she looked refreshed. Yang Kai asked curiously, what made the substitute sect leader so happy? He was also a little worried in his heart. He didn't know what Sheng Yuzhu had said to make her so happy. Tao Yingrua didn't answer, but bowed gracefully. Thank you, Elder Yang.
How could the Rakshasa
Elder Yang
sect
is
not
really the
welcome
good
her?
news of my
Tao
Rakshasa
Yingrua
sect.
was also very
Yang
clear
Kai touched
that
his
since
nose
this
and was
patriarch
puzzled.
was able to
What do you
create
mean?
the Emperor realm
Tao
through the
Yingrua
void
smiled and
when
said,
she was in trouble.
when Elder came,
her strength had
he brought
already
back
reached
my
the
Rakshasa
peak.
sect's
If they could
patriarch.
gain her favor,
If this isn't good
how
news,
could the
then what
Rakshasa
is?
sect not be afraid
Patriarch.
of not being able to
Patriarch.
rise?
In
Yang
time,
Kai was shocked,
the Rakshasa
and
sect
Ranyiru
would be
and
even more
Karen,
glorious than
who were
before.
next to him.
You too
Also opened
what
their
you
mouths
saw
in
and
a
heard
circle.
today cannot
They
be
didn't
leaked.
understand
If
how
you
their
find
own
out
sect
anything,
had a patriarch,
you will be killed without
Wasn't
mercy.
the founder of the Rakshasa
Tao
sect
Yingrua
the
turned her
previous
head
sect leader
and looked at Ranny
Luocha?
Rua, and
They
you
didn't
Karen
understand.
sternly. But
Yes,
Yang Kai quickly
the two
reacted.
women did not dare
If his
to
previous
disobey
guess
and
was
hurriedly
right,
bowed.
then the
They knew in their
cultivation
hearts
methods
that
of
they
the
had
entire
probably come
Rakshasa
into
sect
contact
were passed
with
down
some
by Sheng
secret of the
Yuzhu.
sect.
Although she
After
just wanted
chatting
to
with Yang
attract
Kai
others'
for a while,
attention to rescue
Tao Yingrua
herself,
hurriedly left.
this kind of
She
inheritance
probably
was
wanted
an
to share the
undeniable
good news
fact
with the
You
other Dao
Luocha was her
realm
disciple.
cultivators.
So the
Although
entire
this matter
Rakshasa
was
sect
top
was
secret,
naturally her disciples
there were only
and
5 Dao
disciples.
source realm
It was just that
cultivators
you
in the
Luocha
Rakshasa
herself
sect didn't
now.
know this.
Some things
At
could
this
be
moment,
concealed. Sheng
But some
Yuzhu
things did
revealed
not
this
need
matter
to be
concealed.
concealed.
The matter
Because
of
she
the
wanted to
Rakshasa
use
sect
this
had been
place
to
settled,
slowly recover
and
her
Yang
strength.
Kai was not in the
Although
mood
the
to
Rakshasa
continue
sect
to
was
stay.
not strong,
Although he
it
did
was
not
still
know
a
how
sect
long it would take
with the
for
whole
Sheng
sect
Yuzhu
as
to
a
fully
backing.
recover.
Sheng Yuzhu
The
would
Rakshasa
recover
sect
faster.
had the protection of his
I've
name.
already confirmed
So
that
no
the
one would dare
patriarch
to
is
cause
indeed
trouble.
the source of many
So the next
cultivation
day,
methods
he bid farewell
and
to
secret
Sheng
arts of
Yuzhu,
our Rakshasa
Tao
sect.
Yingrua, and the
However,
others.
she
What
was
surprised
surprised in the
Yang Kai
forbidden
was that
area
in just
because
a
of the
day,
evil people.
Sheng Yuzhu's
Although the
situation had
previous
greatly
sect master
improved,
had received
although
all her
she still
teachings,
looked thin and
he
weak.
did not discover
Her
the place
condition
where
was
she was
undoubtedly
trapped,
much better than
causing
the
the
day before.
patriarch to suffer
The relationship
for so many
between
years.
Sheng Yuzhu
This
and the
time,
Rakshasa
it's
sect
all thanks
also
to the
allowed him
elders'
to
keen
leave with
eyes
peace
that the
of mind.
patriarch was rescued.
Since Sheng
The
Yuzhu had
entire
admitted
Rakshasa
that she
sect
was the
is
ancestral
extremely
founder
grateful.
of the Rakshasa
In the
sect,
Rakshasa sect,
she would not have
there
any
was no
adverse
relationship
thoughts towards
more
the
reliable
Rakshasa
than the
sect.
status of
Northern
master and
Territory,
disciple.
High Heaven
Tao
Palace.
Yingrua had already
Yang Kai
confirmed
returned
that the
leisurely.
previous sect
On
master,
High Heaven Peak,
Luocha,
Yang Kai
had
summoned
attained the
Hua
cultivation
Qingxi
of the Emperor
and
realm
asked about the
because
sect's
of Sheng
affairs
Yuzhu's teachings.
and the current situation
Then,
in the Northern
there was no
Territory.
doubt that Sheng
He
Yuzhu
learned
was
that
the
everything
patriarch
was as
of the
usual
Rakshasa
in the
sect.
sect.
Therefore,
And that the
even though it
100,000
was the
disciples
first time
were
they
diligently
met, and Sheng
cultivating,
Yuzhu's image
although
was
they had rushed to
sensational,
the Southern
Tao
Territory to
Yingrua
provide
immediately
support
acknowledged
last
her
time,
identity,
the High
and
Heaven
treated her as a
Palace
disciple.
did not send many
It
people.
was a coincidence.
Many people
I must
still did not
congratulate
know that
acting
incident
sect
had
master.
happened.
However,
Kai smiled
in the Northern
lightly.
Territory,
Congratulations
after seeing
to you
Yang
too.
Kai's
Tao
incredible
Yingrua
appeal,
winked at Yang
they
Kai.
did not dare to do
Elder,
anything
you're also
rash.
a member of the Rakshasa
Previously,
sect.
Yang Kai
That's
had
true.
joined forces
Yang
with
Kai
the other
laughed.
3 top sects
After
to
the
sweep
coronation
through the Northern
ceremony,
Territory.
he already
Under
had
their
the brand
powerful
of the
strength,
Rakshasa sect on
they were
him.
suppressed
This
by
was
the
something
iron-blood
that no
sect
one could
along the
deny.
way.
However,
However,
Yingrua's
there were
expression
more
turned
people who were
solemn.
not convinced.
However,
after
I'll have to ask
experiencing
the
the
elder to
incident
keep
in
this
the
a
Southern
secret.
Territory, the patriarch's
Even if there were
cultivation
still
is now
people
at
who
its
were not
lowest,
convinced,
and she
they
still
did not
needs a
dare
long
to do
time to
anything.
recover. The
Of
entire
course,
Northern Territory
Yang Kai nodded,
was extremely
and heaved a sigh
respectful
of
on the
relief in his
surface.
heart.
It could
He was
almost be
originally
said that
worried
in the
that
Northern
Tao
Territory
Yingrua
and the
High
others
Heaven
would have any
Palace
opinions
covered the
about
sky
Sheng
with one
Yuzhu being
hand.
placed in the Rakshasa sect. He had already made up his mind that if Tao Yingrua and the others showed any signs of dissatisfaction, he would send Sheng Yuzhu to the High Heaven Palace to cultivate. However, he did not expect that Sheng Yuzhu would play such a trick and directly confirm her status as the patriarch. It seemed that she was willing to stay here. In addition, 2 other sects were destroyed, the Dragon Tiger sect and the mysterious Cloud Pavilion. The strength of these 2 sects was similar to that of the Rakshasa sect. They both had a powerhouse from the Emperor realm, and about 1,000 to 2,000 disciples. They were second or third class sects. However, on a certain night more than a month ago, they were uprooted at the same time. From the Emperor realm to the ordinary disciples,
vessels. Not a single one was left.
You did it. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi and asked. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly and shook his head. It has nothing to do with the High Heaven Palace. It has something to do with the Palace Master. Yang Kai blinked and said, Me? How come I don't know that this matter has something to do with me? During this period of time, he had been staying in the Southern Territory and had not returned to the Northern Territory at all. Even if someone died, what did it have to do with him? If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely refute it. However, the person who said this was Hua Qingxi. He would definitely not speak without thinking. Hua Qingxi said, Palace Master, have you forgotten that when many people from the Emperor realm gathered in the Northern Territory that day, the people from these two sects were absent? You once said that if they did not come, then they did not have to come. Yang Kai touched his chin and said, Did I say that? At that time, he was eager to save people, and was full of anger because of Yuzua's death. It was not strange that he said anything, but he really did not remember. Moreover, even if he said that, it was not a big deal, right? These two sects could have rushed to the High Heaven Palace to gather within the time limit, but they did not appear at that time. Obviously, they did not take the orders of the High Heaven Palace seriously. They were the kind of existence that agreed on the surface, but disobeyed on the surface. Yang Kai did not deny that at that time, he had the intention to cause trouble for them. However, that was his own idea, and he never said it out loud. It could even be said that now he did not take it seriously. However, he did not expect that these two sects had already been destroyed. Hua Qingxi said, More than a month ago, Mi Qi joined forces with more than a dozen large and small sects to uproot these two sects. The heads of the two sects from the Emperor realm were also sent over, along with the wealth that these two sects had accumulated over the years. Bastard! Yang Kai was furious. Who told him to do it? Hua Qingxi lowered his eyes and said, At that time, Palace Master's words may not have been intentional, but it is inevitable that there will be people who will listen with the heart. Yang Kai was speechless. If that was the case, then these two sects were really destroyed because of him. Hua Qingxi said, It turns out that Palace Master did not plan to cause trouble for them. Mi Qi flattered the horse's leg. Does Palace Master want to punish him? Yang Kai's expression twitched. How should I punish him? Hua Qingxi sighed and raised her head to look at Palace Master's intentions. Palace Master has made a name for himself at a young age, and his cultivation is also extraordinary, and make him apologize. Now, you are even the dragon head of the Northern Territory. This mistress is worried that you will be confused by all the facades in the High Heaven Palace and find it difficult to adjust your mentality. Has nothing to do with the High Heaven Palace. You might still think that the deaths of those people have nothing to do with you. If apologizing is useful, quietly, what is the point of cultivating? Hua Qingxi said, Mi Qi has already done this. They did die because of cultivation. It was just unintentional words. Conspicuous? Does Palace Master realize his own power from this matter? You seem to be a little resentful. Yang Kai suddenly lowered her head and said, just as Hua Qingxi said, but after all, he did not feel that the destruction of the two sects had much to do with him. Said, he only felt that Mi Qi was too hateful and twisted his meaning. You are too distant. After listening to Hua Qingxi's explanation, he was awakened. Indeed, with his current strength, it was possible for him to annihilate those two sections. But with just one sentence, 2,000 to 3,000 people died. Yang Kai found it hard to accept. In a trance, he seemed to see his hands dripping with blood. Hua Qingxi said, In your position, you should be careful with your words and plan accordingly. Palace Master, please take this as a warning. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly and said, I will remember. Chapter 3286. Seeing that Yang Kai was so agreeable, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This time, she would rather not give Yang Kai face and expose the matter. She was afraid that when Yang Kai obtained power, some unexpected changes would occur. The increase in strength and the expansion of power could often awaken some dark things. But now it seemed that Yang Kai hadn't changed. Therefore, Hua Qingxi straightforwardly said, "If the High Heaven Palace wants to unify the Northern Territory, we can't just rely on strength alone. That's a method in the early stages. If we really want to win everyone's support, we have to rely on the will of the people. Although the suppression of the Iron Blood sect will be effective, it will inevitably cause resentment in people's hearts. The destruction of two sects is not a small matter. Recently, many sects in the Northern Territory are uneasy. They are afraid that we will target them next time. Although we don't have such intentions, they don't know." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Mi Qi is reckless and reckless. He should be punished." Hua Qingxi cupped her hands and said, "Palace Master is wise. What is Palace Master's decision?" Yang Kai asked back, "What does Sister Hua think?" Hua Qingxi pondered and said, "Although Mi Qi misinterpreted Palace Master's meaning, he still did do bad things with good intentions. If the punishment is too harsh, I'm afraid that the world will think that the High Heaven Palace is timid and let Hua Qingxi punishment do as she pleased. It will be meaningless." After this matter was discussed, this subordinate thinks that we can order him to give up his position and retire in the High Sky sect from now on. To the High Sky sect. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. Probably wouldn't even dare to think about resisting. Very thoughtful. Hua Qingxi then said, curled her lips and said, "Temple Master will need to go to Orthodoxy Master wants Temple to say that I will get rid of him after he has outlived his usefulness. Is it about the outer star astral winds? Then just say so. Every top your meaning is already written all over your face. In the Southern Territory, that's not true. Star Soul Palace had the five-colored treasure pagoda, but he really thought Azure so in his Temple had the divine ascension mirror. The reason why the High Heaven Palace had the outer star astral winds, the Northern Territory, and heavenly martial holy land strong had the martial intent. Secondly, anyone because they had joined was a rare treasure trove. Three top sects, although the Orthodoxy Temple had been destroyed, and all of its disciples had been killed, Mi Qi had put in a lot of effort, had not been destroyed, especially after seeing the strength of Yang Kai they had originally the High Heaven Palace, and the wealth the Orthodoxy took the lead, had accumulated over the realm of the High Sky sect to suppress many forces in the Northern Territory. Now that the overall situation was determined, wealth had all been taken out by the elders of Star Soul Palace. Wouldn't it be like getting rid of him to the after he had outlived his usefulness as compensation for their heavy losses this time? Mi Qi isn't a villain. However, but he is ambitious and difficult to control. Over by Yang Kai we can use this matter to give him a warning. Temple incident. At the same time, Yang Kai can also support a puppet in the High Sky sect and truly control the Southern Territory. This alone was a great contribution. If he had any requests after the Northern Territory, the Southern Territory would have a close relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't have any other Dragon Palace, only followed the Orthodoxy Temple's territory. The only variable was the High Star Soul Palace was somewhat reluctant. If they got rid of Mi Qi but to secretly supported a controllable Temple naturally wouldn't drag Yang Kai down. They would really be able to control the Northern Territory. The Orthodoxy Temple's territory. Once the High Heaven Temple would also benefit. The three top sects didn't have any objections. Would the other forces even if heavenly martial holy lands to go against Ma Qing had any objections, Yang Kai could sense Hua Qingxi's intentions, the Orthodoxy Temple's territory that it was a wise decision to let Sister Hua become previously considered moving the Rakshasa sect might not be very high. But she had grown up in Star Soul Palace mountains and great rivers, so she had been exposed to a lot of things. Were not inferior to the High Heaven Palace. She was able to do as she pleased. If the Rakshasa sect could really move there, it would be of great help to their future development. But after thinking about it, he didn't have much involvement with the Rakshasa sect. The reason why he wanted to protect them was just for peace of mind. Now that there was the matter of Sheng Yuzhu, this idea was completely gone. It just so happened that there were too many disciples in the High Heaven Palace. Although the High Heaven Palace's territory was extremely good, the 100,000 disciples in the sect were still too terrifying. No sect in the world had so many disciples. The Orthodoxy Temple could definitely share some of the pressure, not to mention the extraterrestrial astral wind in the Orthodoxy Temple, which could help the cultivator temper their body. Yang Kai knew the importance of a strong body better than anyone else. Last time, he was secretly ambushed. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have already died. If it were others, even if they had such a treasure, they would be helpless. After all, one was in the Northern Territory, and the other was in the Southern Territory. Who could take care of both sides? Yang Kai was different. A space array connected the North and South, completely ignoring the barriers of space. No matter which side had a problem, the other side could quickly provide support. Unless someone could sneak in and destroy the space array in one fell swoop. During the time that Yang Kai stayed in the Rakshasa sect, the High Heaven Palace was already preparing to take over the Orthodoxy Temple's territory. They were preparing to set up a High Heaven Palace branch in the Southern Territory. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. The Southern Gate Army had already been sent over by Hua Qingxi to prepare to set up a large array in the Orthodoxy Temple. Once the array was completed, they could preside over the migration of the disciples. Hua Qingxi was preparing to migrate 50,000 people over. When that time came, it would definitely greatly reduce the pressure on the High Heaven Palace. After all, these people were all cultivators who had just followed Yang Kai from the Lower Star Territory. They were all in a state of cultivation and had a high demand for heaven and earth energy. With 100,000 people gathered in the High Heaven Palace, how could the heaven and earth energy be supplied? If half of the people were sent out, the pressure would definitely be greatly reduced. The astral wind is truly mysterious. This subordinate has experienced it once before. It has the miraculous effect of tempering the body. Now that the Rhino Thunder Monster King is guarding there is no need to worry about safety. However, the space array needs to be rearranged by the palace master. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Hua Qingxi sighed again. The number of people in the Emperor realm in our palace is still too small. If we set up a branch in the Southern Territory, the only thing I'm worried about is that there aren't enough masters to guard it. It's inevitable that some people will covet it. The High Heaven Palace's the Emperor realm consisted of Yang Kai and Lu Yen. Below them were the three monster kings, Ji Ying, Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing, the Southern Gate Army, Hou Yu, and the newly promoted Yi Hen. There were more than 10 people in total. Such a number would be terrifying to other sects. Anyone who was the palace master would probably wake up laughing. However, strictly speaking, Ji Ying, the Southern Gate Army, and Hou Yu were all special talents. If a battle really broke out, Yang Kai would definitely not let them participate. Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi set off together. The three monster kings were quite strong, but they were born in the Eastern Territories and smiled mischievously, and were not raised by High Heaven and snorted. They were also from the monster race. Naturally, the rest of them were all first-order Emperor realm masters. And couldn't help but spit. Not to mention the Emperor realm. Even the number of Dao Source realm cultivators as the chief steward of High Heaven Palace. Therefore, how could anything that happened in the palace seem to be hidden from her? Rooted on the surface? Last night, in reality, Yang Kai indeed wanted only to flirt. Its own people knew the situation. He had been running around outside for a while, the current situation, and it was rare for him to come back. Solve this problem. So how could he let a beauty rolled his eyes and came up with an idea? According to what Hua Qingxi glanced at him, he didn't as if she had understood something. Xia Ningqiang was immersed in learning alchemy with Hua Qingxi, and had no time to pay attention to him. Tomorrow to when he went to Medicine Pill Peak, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. If there was anyone in High Heaven Palace who dared not give Yang Kai face, it would be Ji Ying. Alchemists hated being disturbed when they were refining spirit pills. Ji Ying was a disciple of the great emperors of wondrous alchemy, and was usually amiable, but when he was in a state of alchemy, he was like a completely different person. Su Yan was sent to Ice Heart Valley, but this time, she didn't even get to see her. Shanqing Luo also went to the ancient wild land under Ing Fei and Xie Wuwei's arrangements. The environment inside the ancient wild land was very suitable for a dragon lady like her to cultivate. Shuiyu was also in retreat. The pitiful Sir Palace Master had 4 wives in vain, yet he spent the whole night alone. Just thinking about it made him feel miserable, but his mouth was as hard as a duck's. Hua Qingxi had to give him some face, so she didn't say it out loud. Chapter 3287. In the Southern Territory, outside the Orthodoxy Palace, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi came through the space array. As soon as they stepped out, Yang Kai destroyed the result of their hard work. In any case, they were going to redecorate the Orthodoxy Hall, so there was no need for them to stay. Not long after, they entered Orthodoxy Temple together. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and noticed that there were many people moving about inside Orthodoxy Temple, numbering at least 1,000. These people had been sent by Hua Qingxi to assist the Southern Gate Army in surveying the terrain of Orthodoxy Temple and to assist him in arranging the spirit array. At this moment, the South Gate Army was floating in mid-air, constantly looking left and right, gesturing with their hands, and muttering something under their breath. They were extremely focused. Sensing that someone was approaching, he turned his head and immediately greeted with a solemn expression, "Palace Master Head Chief." Yang Kai nodded and stood beside him. Looking down at the scenery below, he asked, "How's the situation?" The South Gate Army asked, "What is Palace Master referring to?" Yang Kai asked, "How long will it take to set up the array?" The Southern Gate Army pondered for a moment before replying, "The Orthodoxy Temple's spirit array is already quite good, so there is no need to completely change it. Give me another month, and I should be able to support the spirit array. At that time, I just need to carefully repair it, and it should be completed within half a year. This is your forte. I'll need you to put in a lot of effort. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell the head chief." Dajuan of the South Gate grinned. "If it weren't for head chief's support, I wouldn't have been able to guarantee
Including
this."
the guys from
He was now the
who
chief
studied
array
the
master
path
of
of
the High
puppetry.
Heaven Palace.
The High Heaven
When it
Palace
came to setting
disciples
up arrays,
had too many
Hua
choices in the
Qingxi
future.
would fulfill all
Not
of his
liking
requests.
cultivation,
If he
it
wanted
didn't
people
matter.
and materials,
Alchemy,
he would give them.
weapon forging,
Otherwise,
array
how could it be
formations,
so
puppetry,
easy to set up an
there would
array of
always
a
be
top
one that
sect?
suits them.
Back then,
After saying
he
a
had
few
traveled
more
through the
words of
Northern
encouragement
Territory
to the South Gate
Although
Army,
his reputation
Yang
was
Kai
great,
left
he
alone.
was still a loner.
There were many forbidden
many
areas
things
in the
that he didn't
Orthodoxy
have the
Palace,
ability to do,
but the most heavily
However,
guarded area
now that
was
he
where
had
the
the
astral
entire
winds
High
were.
Heaven Palace
This
as his
place was
backing.
guarded by layers
There were
of
only
arrays,
arrays that he
and if
couldn't
anyone
think of in
trespassed
this world,
without permission,
there was no
they
array
would
that
either
he couldn't
die or
set
be
up.
injured.
Suddenly,
However,
he felt
as
that
soon
this
as
was
the
not
Southern
bad.
Gate Army arrived,
Nothing could make
they
him
broke
happier
through most
than
of the
being
spirit
able to
arrays
fulfill
here.
his ambitions
Now,
at
the
will.
forbidden area was
After staying
unimpeded.
in the High Heaven
Yang Kai
Palace
was
for
amazed
so many
by this
years,
sight as he walked.
He had finally calmed
Although
down.
he had long heard of
Now,
the astral winds,
even if Yang Kai
this was
wanted
the first
to drive
time
him
he had
away,
seen it.
he would have
The
to
forbidden
think it over
area was
carefully.
located in a
After
long
all,
canyon,
without the
and as
support
far
of
as
the
the
High
eye
Heaven
could see,
Palace,
it was
he,
a gray world,
as an array master,
and there seemed to be
couldn't
no
make
end
bricks
to it.
without straw.
Around the canyon,
Although joining
the
another
wind
sect
whistled,
was a way out,
and just by
which
hearing
sect
it,
could give him as
one
much
could tell
support
that it was
as the High
extremely
Heaven
terrifying.
Palace. The surrounding
Not only
cliffs
him,
were full of
but
marks,
Hoyu as well,
as if they had
in
been
the
cut by
beginning,
swords and
when
sabers.
Hoyu was caught by Yang
Those
Kai,
marks were not
he
left
tried
by
to
swords
escape
and
several
sabers,
times,
but by the astral
as time
winds.
passed,
Yang
didn't
Kai
his
narrowed his
temperament
eyes
gradually
and looked
settle
around
down
for a while.
It was only
When he
because
put
everyone
with
in
his divine
Towering
sense,
Palace was
he
polite
could not
to them,
help but feel
and
as
they
if
gave
there
them
were
enough
swords and
respect and
sabers on his
authority.
body.
They also
The astral
fully
winds
supported
that
them,
were everywhere
so that
seemed
they
to
could
be able
build
to
their
cut
own
his divine
achievements
sense
in their
into
respective
pieces.
fields.
Fortunately,
Where else could
his
they
divine
find such a
sense
good
was
master?
strong. Otherwise,
Whether
he
it
might
was
have been
him
injured.
or Hoyu,
Without
they
hesitation,
both found a
he
group
stepped
of
into the
disciples
canyon.
in the High Heaven
When
Palace,
Yang Kai took a step
and prepared
forward,
to nurture them
it was
well
as if
to
he had
see who was
entered another
qualified
world
to inherit
The
their
air
legacy.
around him began to
With
flow
this layer of
rapidly,
relationship,
rolling up bursts
they were
of
even
wind.
closer to the
This
High Heaven
invisible
Palace.
breeze seemed to have
Now in the
transformed
High Heaven
into a sharp
Palace,
weapon.
there were three
cutting
special
into Yang
spirit
Kai's
peaks,
body over and
elixir
over
peak,
again.
weapon
The
peak,
clothes
and
on
array
his body
peak,
did not have
which
the
could be
slightest
said to be
protection,
full of talents.
and even Yang Kai's protective Emperor Qi was ignored. The omnipresent astral winds directly passed through his Emperor Qi and acted on Yang Kai's skin and flesh. This discovery surprised him, and he thought to himself that it was no wonder this damned place could temper one's body. As strong as he was, his protective Emperor Qi was useless here, let alone others. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on his physical strength to resist. Yang Kai did not know where the astral winds in this canyon came from, but they seemed to be constantly growing. Yang Kai's physical body was so strong that he was naturally not afraid of the weak cuts, and he walked step by step against the astral winds. As he walked further and further, the astral winds grew stronger and stronger. On the cliffs around the canyon, holes of various sizes appeared one after another. The large holes were large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, while the small holes could only accommodate one person. Yang Kai estimated that these holes were left behind by the disciples of Orthodoxy Temple. When one came here to cultivate, they would always encounter danger. Once they felt that they could not hold on any longer, they could hide in a nearby hole to heal. The deeper he went, the stronger the astral winds became, but Yang Kai did not feel them at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. This was a good place, a good place. With this foundation and high heaven palace, it would be easy for the disciples to temper their bodies in the future. All they needed to do was cultivate here for a while, and the strength of their bodies would increase. With a strong physical body, it would be convenient to do anything, and could even affect the success of future cultivation. The canyon was very long. Yang Kai walked for a full hour, but still could not see the end. However, the astral winds here were already causing him to feel pain on his skin. Occasionally, they would cut some small wounds on his body, but these wounds would heal in an instant, smoothing out in front of his powerful recovery ability. Suddenly, a burst of suppressed roars came from up ahead. Yang Kai listened for a moment, smiled slightly, and then tapped his feet, increasing his speed by quite a bit. Not long after, a giant figure appeared in front of him. It was around 78 feet long and 50 to 60 feet tall. Lightning flashed all over its body, and it exuded an extremely fierce and terrifying aura. At first glance, this behemoth looked like a rhinoceros with a single sharp horn on its head. It shook its head and wagged its tail constantly. As the astral winds swirled around it, its huge body was constantly bleeding, but it did not retreat. Instead, it continued to roar, its voice shaking the surroundings. Huff, huff, huff. As if it sensed someone approaching, the behemoth turned its head, its two eyes the size of iron pots filled with blood-red light. When their eyes met, Yang Kai gently nodded and flashed into a nearby pit. Strangely enough, as soon as he entered, the omnipresent astral winds all around disappeared. A moment later, a burly figure flashed in. It was Shi Lei. With an embarrassed expression he said, "Master, why are you here?" It was indeed embarrassing to accidentally let Yang Kai see his true form. Although he was born in the monster clan, he rarely showed his true form since he transformed, except when he was in a stalemate with the enemy and had to fight desperately. Although he was not fighting with anyone just now, he was trying his best to resist the destruction of the astral winds, so his image was quite embarrassing. Naturally, Shi Lei did not want to be seen by others. "I came to see what the astral winds are like." Yang Kai smiled slightly and gestured with his hand. Shi Lei immediately sat down cross-legged in front of him and shook his head. "This place is good. Master, it was a very wise decision to want this base." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Monster King also thinks this place is good?" Shi Lei said, "Of course. If you give me some time, my physical body can be improved to a higher level." Yang Kai had a good relationship with the descendant of Tian Shing. It's really good that it works on Monster King and could be close to him when the blood door opened again. But it's still quite dangerous here. They got to know each other better. If you don't have enough strength, Monster Kings you'll be courting death. That Yang Kai was not an ordinary first order or second order emperor. That Yang Kai was clearly standing not far from him. They might not be his match, but he looked calm and relaxed. Not to mention that he had even subdued a dragon girl. Sorry state. Every time they thought of this, did he understand that Yang Kai's physical fitness was much stronger than his. Since this made Shi Lei feel a little discouraged, then he was the Monster King of the ancient land with peace of mind. In terms of strength, you can also guard this in the place top while you're among the 30 or 20 Monster Kings. That's exactly what I wanted. Body be inferior to a human. Yang Kai changed the topic. The reason why he, speaking of which, among the 32 Monster Kings of the ancient land, naturally, because he was a descendant of Tian Shing. I wonder what the temperament of the other Monster Kings are like.
Xile rubbed his chin. Those guys. Anyway, they're not easy to deal with. Take Big Bear for example. He looks like a simple-minded guy, but he's full of evil tricks. He's insidious. He looked like he had suffered a big loss at Big Bear's hands, and was full of resentment. Suddenly he smiled wretchedly. But those female monster kings are very tasty, especially that Hu Fei. It's said that she has the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox. Tskt. He shuddered and said seriously, Master has to be careful when you meet this dragon lady. Don't fall for her tricks. Her charm is unparalleled in this world. Chapter 3288. An hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the pit and continued forward. Xile stood behind and watched quietly until Yang Kai's figure disappeared before he sighed. In this canyon, the deeper one went, the greater the pressure one would have to endure. This place was already the limit of what Xile could reach. Otherwise, it would not have been able to temper him. If he went any further, he would not be able to bear it. But Yang Kai, on the other hand, was actually strolling leisurely, leaving him in the dust. How heaven-defying is this body? Xile looked up at the sky and sighed. He was upset. He was a demon king, but he was actually inferior to a human. He made up his mind and roared angrily. He rushed out of the pit and revealed his huge true body. He continued to receive the baptism and tempering of the astral winds. In the depths of the canyon, Kai Yang's body was constantly bleeding. There was not a single place on his body that was unscathed, but his wounds were quickly healed by his powerful restorative abilities. This cycle of healing was of some help to him, but the results were minimal. As he went deeper, there were no more pits in the surrounding cliffs. He estimated that no one had ever reached such a deep place since the establishment of Orthodoxy Temple, so it was impossible for there to be a pit here. After walking forward for another incense stick's worth of time, he had reached the end of the canyon. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation of space force appeared in front of him. Orthodoxy Temple had been around for tens of thousands of years, and he looked up. And since its establishment, the astral winds had already existed. There was a void constantly more than 100 meters long, forbidden area, like a scar between heaven and earth. Everything had a source. And the astral winds were no exception. Terrifying astral winds. It was impossible for them to remain unchanged, pushing forward along the thousands of years. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Crack in the void. Only now did he understand where the astral winds in this canyon came from, let alone take it out of it. It turned out that they were blowing out from the void crack. It was undeniable heaven and earth had their own incredible item and could repair themselves. Perhaps it was a treasure that even great emperors would be wary of. When Yang Kai tore through space, Yang Kai's heart stirred. It would not take long for the torn space to be restored to its original state. He had no choice but to turn around and leave. Currently, however, he was not strong enough to take out this treasure for himself for an unknown number of years. Perhaps he would have to wait, and he did not know where it connected to. Not long after, continuously gushed out from it, Xile's cultivation and even the laws of heaven and earth were unable to repair it in time. Xile was shocked, allowing this spatial crack to be maintained for a long time. Yang Kai's appearance at this moment was quite disheveled. Click his tongue his golden blood had dried up, and a feeling of as if he had been covered in a layer of gold of his heart. And even his really wanted to know where the spatial crack connected to. It was obvious he had been injured, and why there had been astral winds for so many years. There was an accident. He acted as soon as he thought of it. Inside, with the fluctuation of the spatial laws. Please be careful. He arrived in front of the spatial crack into a nearby pit to adjust his breathing. Plunged into it without hesitation. Xile's expression was dignified. After 3 breaths of time, but he didn't suspect anything. Yang Kai rushed out in a panic. Even Yang Kai had suffered such a big loss inside, let alone him. Only after retreating several thousand meters did he manage to shake off the sense of crisis he felt. Yang Kai walked out of the pit, at the spatial crack, changed into a clean set of clothes, lingering fear mixed with inexplicable excitement. And left when he rushed into the spatial crack he met up with Hua Qing. He discovered that he had arrived at a void crack and chose a suitable place in the Orthodoxy Palace to arrange a space array. The power of which was not something the canyon could compare to, even putting aside their own matters. Into contact with the reason why the Southgate army stayed in the High Heaven Palace, if he had not withdrawn decisively, was because they had seen Yang Kai's magical method of arranging astral rays. And wanted to stay and learn no matter how powerful his physical body was, although he had mastered the basic method of arranging space arrays. Yang could arrange a decent space array from the void crack. It was all in shape. It was an aura had no effect of destroying through the void. And after many years of painstaking studies, he discovered that he had fallen into a big hole. Only by being proficient in space principles could he arrange a space array with its proper charm and display its effects. However, this didn't prevent him from learning other things. In this world, the grand Tao of array formations could be understood everywhere. For an array formation grandmaster like the South Gate Army, he could draw inferences and draw some useful experience and information from it. With his help, arranging the space array was extremely simple and easy, because this place would be the High Heaven Palace's branch in the Southern Territory in the future, and 50,000 disciples would migrate here. So a small space array would definitely not work. Yang Kai spent a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades to arrange the largest space array possible, which could transport up to 100 people at a time. By the time they were done, a day had passed. Yang Kai made some adjustments to the space array here, connecting it with other space arrays, then bid farewell to Hua Qingxi and the South Gate Army. By the time Yang Kai reappeared, he was already in the ancient desolate lands. Walking out of the small treehouse, Yang Kai went to visit the elder and the wood spirit matriarch, Mu Na, to thank them for their assistance last time. At the same time, he also brought them many gifts. During the battle at the Orthodoxy Temple, the Stone Mongoose clan had contributed a lot. It was them who first opened a gap in the demonic chi when the situation was unfavorable, controlling the demons who had been possessed by the demonic chi. At the last moment, the wood spirit matriarch used her clan's secret technique to suppress the demonic chi in the tens of thousands of demons, creating a large space for Yang Kai to use her exorcism technique and save the many elites in the Southern Territory. The two clans were both clans that stood aloof from worldly affairs. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's request, they probably wouldn't have left the place where they had lived for generations and participated in so many disputes. Yang Kai would naturally remember this favor in his heart. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai returned to the topic at hand. Elder, you are very knowledgeable, so I would like to ask you about someone. The elder smiled slightly and said, I've just lived a bit longer. May I ask who you want to ask about? Elder, have you heard of the name Xingyuzhu? Yang Kai naturally didn't come to the ancient desolate lands specifically to inquire about Xingyuzhu's background. He just happened to come along. Although he didn't think Xingyuzhu was an evil person, there was nothing wrong with being careful. After all, Xingyuzhu had promised him some things, so it would be easier for him to cooperate with her in the future if he knew more about her. The Stone Mongoose clan had a long lifespan, especially the elder, who could be said to be a know-it-all in the star boundary, so Yang Kai naturally had to consult him. Xingyuzhu? The elder repeated before slowly shaking his head. I haven't heard of her before. Elder hasn't heard of her before? Yang Kai was stunned. The elder said, This is a very special name. If I had heard of her before, I would have naturally remembered her. I don't know what is so special about her, that you care so much about her. I only heard a few rumors occasionally, and I don't even know who was involved in the Rakshasa sect. But since she mentioned the names of several great emperors one after another, even so the elder identity were stunned. Fake. The elder was shocked. She might really be someone from that period. There is actually such a person but in your opinion, world. Is she good or evil? Also covered her mouth with her hand as she exclaimed in amazement. I don't feel any malice. Living for tens of thousands of years in the cracks of space by herself. She has been trapped for tens of thousands of years. She paused for a moment before continuing. She's so even pitiful. If she is an evil person, Yang Kai nodded. She is still not one of the great emperors.
So I came to ask
if
Elder.
she really dares to go
The
out
Elder
and do
shook his
evil,
head.
there will be
I really
people
haven't
to deal
heard
with
of this
her.
person before.
Young Kai nodded.
Young Kai's eyes
I chose
flashed
to bring
with
her
a strange
out because
light.
of this consideration.
Elder, do you mean
Otherwise,
that her origin
I really
is
wouldn't
a bit
dare
strange?
to do this.
The
I
elder
must ask
said,
around first.
That's not the case. Although I have lived for a long time, I don't know everything. Especially tens of thousands of years ago, my stone mongoose clan began to live in seclusion in the ancient lands. I don't know much about the War of the Great Tao. Chapter 3289. After bidding farewell to the stone mongoose elder and Muna, young Kai went straight to the Luanfang's palace. Outside of the Phoenix Palace, the two monster commanders guarding the palace looked majestic and murderous. Suddenly, a figure flashed and landed in front of them. One of the monster commanders saw this and shouted, "What?" But before he could finish his words, he swallowed them back down because he saw young Kai's face clearly. Young Kai's name was widely known in the ancient lands. Not to mention the Monster King. Even the monster commanders, and monster soldiers under the Monster King's command were well known. Young Kai had barged into the Phoenix Palace several times, but the Luanfeng didn't dare to do anything to him. Who in the Phoenix Palace didn't know
When
this
young
fiend?
Kai first entered
When
the
the
Star
sacred
Boundary,
senior came back
he
last
fled
time,
from Blue Feather
she gave a
Sect
strict
Maplewood
order
City.
to kill young
On
Kai
his way
without
there,
mercy.
He
If
happened to
anything
encounter
happened to
the
him,
little Luanfeng
she would take
being
care of
surrounded.
it. That was
It was
her
at that
order.
time that he
But how
truly
could the
witnessed
monster
the power of
commanders
a
dare
divine
to do
spirit.
so? It
Not
was
to
also
mention
at that
whether
time
they were
that
a
he
match
saw
for
the
Yang
Wan Feng's
Kai.
true body
Even
for
if
the
they
first
could,
time.
they wouldn't dare to
leaving
do
an
so.
indelible
As
impression
such,
on him.
when they saw
But he
Yang
never
Kai
would
walk
have
straight
thought that
over,
he would have such
the
a
two
deep
monster
relationship
commanders
with
guarding
the
the
Wan
gate
Feng
automatically
Luo
ignored the order to
Even
kill
now,
without mercy.
he was on equal
and
footing
instead
with the
put on
Wan
a smile
Feng
and cupped their
Palace.
fists in greeting.
It had been several dozen
so it is
years,
Senior Yang,
but the little Wan
would the
Feng
Wan
had
Feng
not
be
grown up
angered
at
to
all.
death by this
This
scene?
was not because
Yang
she was
Kai nodded and
malnourished,
crossed his
but
hands
because she
behind
was
his
a
back,
legitimate divine
calmly
spirit.
walking past the
Her
two
growth
monster
period was
commanders.
extremely long.
If this scene
In
had been
fact,
seen by someone
Yang Kai
who didn't
had
know
always
what was
been
going
curious
on,
about who the
they would
little
have
Wan
thought
Feng's
Yang
father
Kai was
was.
simply returning
He had
home.
never heard of the
The
Wan
monster
Feng
commander
having a
who
lover,
spoke first
so the
saw that the
question
situation was
where
not
did the
good,
little Wan
and
Feng
quickly
come from?
followed him.
She couldn't have
nodded and
jumped out of a
bowed.
rock, right?
Master, what
Your
brings
name
you
is
here?
Tianlong, right?
As he spoke,
Yang Kai
he signaled
asked
the
with a
other
harmless
monster
smile on
commander
his
with
face.
his eyes.
The little
telling
Wan Feng
him to
nodded
quickly
and
inform
pointed
the
at Yang
sacred
Kai.
senior.
You
The
are
main
Yang
reason
Kai.
was that
Every
every time
person
Yang
in the
Kai
world
came to the ancient land,
the smile on
he
Yang
would go
Kai's
straight to
face
Feng
instantly
Luo
stiffened,
Palace. And his
as long as
expression
he came
twitched.
to Feng Luo
Who
Palace.
told you this?
Nothing good would
Nonsense.
come out of it.
Mother
The
said
Lord's
so.
anger had not
The little
subsided
Wan
yet,
Feng
and
replied
now,
innocently.
Yang Kai
Yang
was here
Kai
again,
angrily said,
who knew what kind
"She's
of trouble
talking
he would
nonsense.
cause.
How could
Yang
I be
Kai
the
was
worst
not
person
afraid
in the
of the
world?"
Lord.
But
The
it did
little
not
Wan
mean
Feng
that they
tilted
were
her
not.
head and looked
If
at
the
him
Lord was
giggling.
angry,
Mother
they
told
would
me
be the
to beat
ones
you
to
when I
suffer.
grow up.
Are
Do
you
I need
very
to tell
strong?
you?
Yang
Yang
Kai
Kai
took
gave
a
him a
deep breath,
sideways glance,
a child's
and
words
reached out
carry
to
no
push him to
harm.
the side.
But Wan Feng
Long Rang
just you
strode
wait.
forward, forcing
And
a
the demon
smile.
commander
He said,
staggered.
"When you grow
But
up,
he didn't have
you
any
will know
temper.
whether I am strong
He could
or
only
not."
follow behind Yang
Suddenly
Kai
changing
in
the
an attempt
topic,
to stop
he
him.
asked,
But
"Are
how
you
could he
playing
stop
alone?"
them?
The little
Yang Kai
Wan
was
Feng rolled
enraged,
her eyes,
so
and
he
said
grabbed
with a
it and threw
smile,
it out.
"You want
A
to play
group
with
of
me?
mates came
Then
towards
you better
them.
be careful."
Their
I will
eyes
set
widened
fire
as they
to
looked
you.
at them.
Yang
And
Kai
then
said
they
in
scattered
surprise,
with a loud bang.
"That won't do.
They fled
I will
in
be
such a
burned to
panic
death by you."
that they didn't know
Ha, ha,
where
ha.
to go.
The little
Yang
Wan
Kai
Feng
touched
laughed
his nose
and held
and
her
said with a
stomach,
dark face,
"The way you lie
"What
is
is the
really
meaning of
interesting."
this?"
He turned
Yang
his
Kai's
head and
brow
looked
twitched
around,
as he thought to
but there
himself
was no
that he
one
was
around.
really stupid.
He sneered
The
and
little
said,
Wan Feng
"Madam
looked like a
Feng,
little girl.
I am here to see
But
you."
in fact,
His voice
she had
was
lived
loud
for at
and
least
clear,
a few dozen
and
years.
it spread throughout the
How could he
entire
possibly
Feng Luo
treat her
Palace?
with common sense?
As long as one was
Using
not
the same
deaf,
methods
they
he
would
used on
definitely hear
ordinary
it.
children to deal
However,
with her,
the Wan
was
Feng
simply
obviously
asking
did
for
not want to see
humiliation.
him.
So
He
there was
gently
no
nodded.
reaction at all.
"Tianlong,
Yang Kai
you are
snorted
born
and his
noble
eyes
and your
turned.
future is
He
limitless."
released his
But
divine
after
sense
all,
and
you are
scanned
still
around.
a child.
Then
A
his
child
body
needs
flashed.
a playmate, and when
"Do
he
you want me to
reappeared,
find you a
he was
playmate?
already in a courtyard.
She can play with you
in the courtyard,
and you won't be
a
so
beautiful
lonely
little
in the
girl
future."
was doing something.
The little Wan
Suddenly,
Feng raised her
she
chin
saw Yang
and said
Kai looking at
arrogantly,
her with a smile.
"That depends on
and
whether
she could
she
not
has the
help but be
qualifications or
surprised.
not."
After taking a
Yang
closer
Kai
look,
faintly
the little
smiled.
girl said,
"How about a fire
"Ah,
phoenix?
I recognize you."
The little Wan
Yang
Feng
Kai
was
smiled and
surprised,
nodded,
but she
"I also
immediately
recognize
said
you,
with a
little
smile,
girl.
"You
We
are
meet
bluffing."
again."
Where
The
can
little
you find
girl
a
in
fire
front of him
phoenix
was
to
none
accompany
other than
me?
the Wan Feng's daughter. Yang Kai shook his head. "I am not bluffing. There is a fire phoenix in my high heaven palace. And she is about the same age as you, and is also a little girl. I believe that you two should have a lot of common interests. After all, you two can be considered to be from the same family." "Really?" The little Wan Feng had an expression of interest. "It can't be any more real." The little Wan Feng seriously thought for a moment, pursed her lips and said, "I know what you are thinking, but if what you said is true, then I won't be angry with you. Whether it is true or not, you will know when you go to the High Heaven Palace with me." Yang Kai said earnestly, "My High Heaven Palace has a lot of fun things." The little Wan Feng humphed. "I am not that playful, but..." She hesitated. Obviously the fire phoenix that Yang Kai mentioned was very attractive to her. "Enough." A cold voice sounded. The little Wan Feng raised her head and rushed over with a smile, hugging the thigh of a beautiful woman dressed in a palace dress. She raised her head and called out, "Mother." The Wan Feng's face was so cold that it was almost scraped off a layer of frost.
She patted the little Wanfeng's head and looked at Yang Kai with disdain. Do you have any shame to lay your hands on a child? Yang Kai faintly smiled. Madam Feng, I didn't do anything to Tianlong. I just thought that she had a miserable childhood and wanted to find a playmate for her. He then looked at the little Wanfeng and said, You can ask your mother if what I said is true or false. As expected, Tianlong opened her mouth and asked, Mother, he said that he has a fire phoenix that is about the same age as me, is it true? The Wanfeng couldn't help but get angry. This person is full of nonsense. How can you believe him? Yang Kai's face darkened. Madam, I can't pretend that I didn't hear that. You know the truth. It's not like you didn't see it last time. Not only you, the Monster King, Brother Fan and Brother Tsang Dog have also seen it. You can teach the child, but why do you have to slander me? The Wanfeng gritted her teeth. You asked for it. Yang Kai said. If not, how can I see you? I'm afraid that you won't see me this time, right? The Wanfeng was angry. Do you think that a woman like me is easy to bully? Is that why you come to my Feng Luo Palace every time? Yang Kai was surprised. Madam, what do you mean? I just feel that I feel like old friends with you at first sight. That's all. The Wanfeng was angry. Who would feel like old friends with you at first sight? You should go and find Fan Song Dog and Fan Song Dog. She was furious. Yang Kai had come to ancient lands several times, and each time, he went straight to Feng Luo Palace. She had never seen him go to Fan Song Dog and Fan Song Dog's territory. Yang Kai sighed. My heart shines on the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Sigh. The Wanfeng only responded with 2 words, haha. Yang Kai's face became serious. Madam, don't be angry. However, he didn't feel it at all. Hurt your body. He found a room to meditate and wait. Angry. After a few days, none of your business. The Wanfeng was a holy spirit and a woman. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Swear. He would come out showed for how bad her mood was. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Home. I'll go and have some tea. Naturally couldn't we can talk about other things. She sent people to watch him every day. Get lost when she learned about this. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. The Wanfeng left with Tianlong after saying that. Yang Kai was embarrassed, but he didn't say it out loud. The Wanfeng was on the verge of exploding. If he provoked her again, he was afraid that the loss would outweigh the gain. When a woman was angry, she was unreasonable. So Yang Kai decided to wait until she calmed down. Because of this, Yang Kai decided to stay in Feng Luo Palace. Shamelessly staying here. No one greeted him. The maids and guards in Feng Luo Palace stayed far away from him, treating him as if he was invisible.
Chapter 3290. Don't you have anything else to do? After a full month, Wanfeng finally met with Yang Kai in the guest hall. She coldly asked, I heard that you have a high heaven palace in the Northern Territory. Why are you here in the ancient wild lands instead of guarding your own territory? Yang Kai grinned. Everything is normal over there. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. Wanfeng asked, what about the Southern Territory?
Yang Kai actually had an
happened in
unclear
the Southern
relationship
Territory
with a pure
last time
dragoness
is clearly
Moreover,
related to something
he seemed
big.
to have gone to
Even
Dragon
the demon
Island
dwellers
and returned
appeared.
unscathed.
Perhaps there
She
is
didn't
some
know
kind
what
of
happened on
conspiracy
Dragon
brewing.
Island.
Don't
But
you
she
want to
couldn't
know the truth?
underestimate him.
Yang
Just
Kai
based on
slowly
this
shook
point.
his head. She snorted
My
and
roots are
flicked
in
her
the Northern
sleeve.
Territory.
No matter how
The Southern
eloquent you are,
territories matter
don't
is
think
just
you
a
can get away with
coincidence.
this queen this
No
time.
matter what kind of
Yang Kai
conspiracy there
bitterly
is.
said, even if
Madam,
the sky falls,
you don't have to be
there
so
will be a
ruthless.
tall person to
I
hold
just
it
want to
up.
borrow 3
I am
monster
not in a
kings.
hurry. There are
Wanfeng
still
looked at
29
him
monster
angrily.
kings in the
Speak.
ancient land.
What do you want?
Even if you give
Drink
me 3
tea,
more,
drink tea.
there will still
Yang
be
Kai
26.
raised his teacup and gestured.
It's just a small matter to
Wanfeng
you.
snorted.
It won't
Speak.
shake the
I
foundation
don't have
of
time
your
to
rule.
waste with you.
Wanfeng
Yang
was
Kai
so
took a
angry
sip
that
of
she
tea
laughed
and put down the
You have the
teacup
nerve
with an
to
awkward
ask for 3
expression.
more? I
Since
already
Lady
lent you
Feng
3
insists.
last time. This young
What do you
won't
think
hide
a
it
monster
anymore.
king is?
My ancient land is
again
so
and
big,
again,
and
wanting
there are
to
only
curse him for
32
being
monster
so
king in
shameless.
total. But
You want
considering
3
her
more?
identity,
How much
she
wealth
refrained
does the
from
ancient
doing
land
so.
have for you to
She
take?
had never seen
I
such
won't
a
lend you
shameless
any
person
more.
before, and she
Yang Kai
doubted
cupped
that
his
Yang
hands
Kai's
and said,
skin was thick enough
This is the last
to defend
time.
against her
This
own
is
divine
definitely
ability.
the last time.
Yang Kai's
If I have
expression
any
became
ideas about
serious.
Monster King
This
in the
time,
future,
I
will
only
be a
have one
dog.
thing to ask of Lady
Wanfeng
Feng
looked at him with
if
a
you have
disbelieving
something to
expression
say,
and suddenly
then say
said,
it quickly.
This queen is
Wanfeng
curious.
closed her eyes
Why
and
do you
waited
want
for
3
him
more
to
monster
open his
kings?
mouth.
She was afraid
and
that
the
she
others
wouldn't be
guarding
able
your
to
high
control
heaven
herself.
palace.
Isn't
Isn't
that
that
enough?
out the world
Yang Kai
extinguishing black
sighed.
flames.
Of course the high
Borrow
heaven
people.
palace alone
Yang
is
Kai
enough.
spat out 2
But
words.
Madam also knows
Borrow
about
what
the
people?
matter of the
How many
Orthodoxy
people?
temple.
This
Young
young
narrowed
is
her
not
eyes,
talented, Yang
but
Kai
has already
casually
taken
said,
the Orthodoxy
if I want to
temple
borrow
from the Southern
I want to
Territory
borrow the Monster
and
King.
is preparing to
I don't
set
need
it up
many.
as a
Just
branch
give
of
me
the High
3.
Heaven Palace.
You have 3 Saint
N.
Venerables,
So I still
so
need
each of
other
you can give me
powerhouses
one
to
person.
guard it and maintain
This isn't
stability,
too much,
right?
Otherwise,
Haha.
I wouldn't have come to
Wanfeng
disturb
laughed.
Madam.
Yang Kai seriously
Wanfeng was
asked,
surprised.
Lady,
You
why
also
are you
took
laughing?
the Orthodoxy temple?
Wanfeng said,
Did Star Soul
If I
Palace
don't laugh,
actually agree?
I'm afraid I
Yang
won't be
Kai
able
smiled.
to control myself
It's
and
just a
kill
piece
you.
of land without
Although
an
her
owner.
expression was
Why
smiling,
would Star
her
Soul
tone was
Palace
cold.
be reluctant to part
Yang
with
Kai
it?
nodded.
Wanfeng nodded.
Pung.
Asterisk
Boy, your
Wanfeng
ambition is not
smashed the
small.
table next to her
You are
with her
developing
palm,
well in the
splashing
Northern
tea
Territory,
everywhere as she
and
clenched
now
her
you want
teeth
to
and
reach out
shouted,
to the Southern
Young
Territory.
Kai, don't go
Young
too far.
Kai said with a bitter
Do you really
expression,
think that you can
I
do
had no
whatever you
choice.
want in the ancient
This
lands?
was the truth.
Just because
There were
you have
too
the
many
support of a
disciples in the
descendant
High
of
Heaven
Tianxing?
Palace.
Otherwise,
Yang
he
Kai
wouldn't
to
have set his
Wanfeng
sights
once,
on
she
the
said.
Orthodoxy
You
temple.
still dare to say no.
However, seeing
The
that
Wanfeng
Wanfeng's
was
tone
furious.
showed signs of
If
loosening,
that wasn't the case,
Yang Kai hurriedly
you wouldn't have
struck
dared
while
to
the
look
iron
down
was
on
hot.
me and my ancient
That's
lands.
how it is, madam.
The
Please
ancient
help
lands
me.
have always
I
been a
only need 3
forbidden
monster
area for
kings.
humans.
Yet you can
Wanfeng
come
said
and go
lightly,
as you please.
This queen already
You even
said,
left a space array
don't
here.
even think about getting
That's
your way
fine.
this time.
But you dare to
Everything
enter
can
my
be done
Phoenix
once,
Gathering
twice,
Palace
but
as
not
you please.
thrice. Do you
For
still
you,
have this queen
the
in your
ancient
eyes?
land has already
Young
yielded
Kai
time
lowered
and
his
time
head
again,
and
so
allowed
don't
her
push
to
your
vent
luck.
her anger for a while.
Feeling her
When
determination,
her anger subsided,
Yang Kai
he
smiled
frowned
and said,
You really won't
Lady,
lend
is
it
it
to
too
me?
serious?
Wanfeng
I really
coldly
didn't mean
said,
that.
There
I
are some
respect
words
Lady
I don't
very
want to
much.
say twice.
Wanfeng sneered. Do you think I'll believe you? Yang Kai solemnly said, What I said is the truth. Saying so, he patted his chest as if he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Wanfeng heaved up and down. She wanted nothing more than to slap Yang Kai to death. But if she could, she wouldn't be so angry. She said that Yang Kai had the support of a Heaven's Punisher descendant because she was angry. In fact, she knew that even without the Heaven's Punisher descendant, she couldn't do anything to him. After meeting Ying Fei and the others last time, Wanfeng heard some shocking news. Yang Kai nodded. Since Madam says so, I won't insist. Wanfeng was speechless. She didn't expect Yang Kai to admit defeat so easily. Before she could rejoice, Yang Kai asked, By the way, Madam, may I ask which monster king submitted to the Northern Saint Shihua? You're asking this. Luan Feng suddenly realized something halfway through her words. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink as she gritted her teeth. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand to release the embodiment. The embodiment also cooperated very well and assumed a domineering pose, looking very majestic. Yang Kai pointed at it and smiled at Luan Feng. Although Shi Hui died back then, his successor is now here, intending to take over the northern barren land. Madam, please inform Brother Fan Wu and Brother Tsang Go. Also, tell the northern monster kings and monster commanders to quickly return and report. The embodiment grinned at Luan Feng, causing her face to darken. She gritted her teeth and said, "So that's what you're planning?" Yang Kai sighed. "I have no other choice, please forgive me, madam." Luan Feng raised her chin and said, "So what? Do you think ancient land will have a place for him after he refines Shi Hui's origin?" Yang Kai, don't be so naive. If they back down this time, ancient land would no longer have the confidence and strength to resist Yang Kai in the future. This was because ancient land's perseverance and defense had been destroyed by Yang Kai time and time again. Yang Kai said indifferently, "This king is very grateful to ancient land and the three saint sovereigns for the matter of orthodoxy temple. This king is also willing to maintain a good cooperative relationship with the three saint sovereigns. But if madam really insists on stopping me, then don't blame this king for not taking into account our old friendship. People strive to climb higher, who wants to flow lower? I want to know if the 29 monster kings will still wholeheartedly serve you after learning that the three saint sovereigns are obstructing their future." Luan Feng was furious and her beautiful face turned pale. "Do you have any conscience? How dare you threaten me?" Yang Kai said, "Madam, I only want the three monster kings to stay in the southern territory. This is not too much of a request, right?" Luan Feng was silent. Her eyes kept moving between Yang Kai and the avatar. She was also miserable in her heart. She knew that she couldn't stop this no matter what. Yang Kai first threw out the successor of Shi Hui. Then he would have the righteous reason to occupy the northern territory. At that time, he would summon the 8 monster kings back and Luan Feng, and the others wouldn't be able to stop him. Moreover, for the monster kings, being able to follow Yang Kai was definitely a good thing for their future. If the saint sovereigns insisted on stopping them, they would definitely be dissatisfied, and it would be very disadvantageous for ancient land. Seeing the change in her expression, Yang Kai knew that the goal of
No
this
matter
trip
how
was
despicable
basically
and
achieved.
shameless I am,
He said with a smile,
I will not do anything to a
"Madam,
child.
there is something I
I
don't
just
know
feel
if I
that
should
although
say.
she is your daughter,
Luan Feng
it is
said
unknown
angrily,
whether she can
"You have
inherit
always liked
everything
to go
from you
against in the
me.
future.
Is there
It is
anything
said
you don't
that
dare
dragons
to say
give
in
birth
front
to
of me?"
dragons and phoenixes
Yang Kai
give birth
coughed
to
lightly.
phoenixes.
It seems
But that
there are
madam
always
has a deep
exceptions to everything,
misunderstanding of
right?
me. Luan
Fine,
Feng said
time will
proudly,
reveal a
"How
person's
can
heart.
this queen's daughter
Let's
be
not
lacking?"
talk about me for the time
Yang
being.
Kai nodded and said,
Let's talk about little
"Fine,
Tianlong.
even if little Tianlong
Luan
can
Feng's
inherit
face
everything
suddenly
from
turned
madam
cold
and promote
and a
Luan
murderous
Feng's name.
intent filled the air.
So what? If
Does
you dare
madam
to
not
have any
want little
ideas about
Tianlong
to improve on your
I will not
foundation,
rest until you are dead." She could compromise on anything, but when it came to her daughter, it was her reverse scale. Yang Kai mentioning little Luan Feng's name at this time undoubtedly touched her sensitive nerve. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Madam, I am afraid that you have misunderstood. I don't want to do anything to Tianlong.
Chapter 3291. As soon as this statement came out, the Luan Feng's expression froze. What do you mean? Yang Kai calmly explained. As Madam just said, I have a descendant of Tian Xing behind me. I'm sure I don't need to repeat what Tian Xing did in the past. Inside the Celestial Punishment Palace, I'm afraid there are countless Holy Spirit sources. If not for this, why would the monster kings of the ancient lands be so respectful to me, and even grant me my every request? Isn't it all because they want a chance to become a Holy Spirit in the future? You're a freeloader, yet you have the nerve to make such a big fuss. Who would have thought that we would end up in the hands of a brat? The heavens are turned a deaf ear to this and continued. Eyes flashed coldly. This king is also a man of great fortune. To avoid trouble in the future, I accidentally took in a girl who turned out to be a descendant of Tian Xing. Aren't you afraid that the descendant of Tian Xing will come after you also magically awakened? It's not that I want to brag, but my rule is she listens to everything I say. When she comes out of seclusion, I'm sure she the name Tian if I have like a mouse hearing a cat. What does this have to do with Tian Long? It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. The Luan Feng frowned. Fan Hua said solemnly. Yang Kai showed a faint smile. Moreover, Madam is afraid that he won't be killed so easily now. Although you belong to the Phoenix clan, when Yang Kai first came to the ancient land, it's only a side branch, right? He displayed extremely terrifying to the orthodox Phoenix clan. At that time, still a gap. He was only a first-order emperor, killed countless holy spirits in the blink of an eye, including the dragons and phoenixes. With his talent, don't tell me the Holy Spirit sources aren't inside the Celestial Punishment Palace. He was proficient in space principles. Yang Kai didn't say anything else. If didn't confine under the cover of picking up the teacup to prevent him from escaping, he observed the Luan Feng's confident that he could take him down. Her expression and once they went against him, he knew she wouldn't be able to something they could bear. Temptation no matter what. Said, sure then enough, what should we do? After a while, are we going to let him eat us? Finally spoke. Fan Hua turned to look at the Luan Feng and asked, Long into the Celestial Punishment Palace? What did you talk about with him? Yang Kai immediately answered. The Luan Feng lowered her eyes. Even if I give up this old face, I also tried my best to definitely agree. But he shamelessly brought the stone mongoose who had refined the stone fire source here. Boy, he said that he wanted the queen doesn't want to let live in the wild north, and inherit the position of Northern Holy Master. After all, you are a human. He also threatened to spread the news to all the monster kings under you. This mistress had no other choice. Colluding with the monster race. It's not good for you. Was furious. Yang Kai. Fan Hua's eyes flashed. This king appreciates Madam's kindness, felt that the Luan Feng seemed to be hiding something. Everything else is just empty talk because he knew that he wouldn't get an answer even if he asked. Fan Hua and after a moment of silence, he sighed and said, Yang Kai grinned. It seems that we can't stop him. How could they not give me face? The Luan Feng hesitated for a moment. I know that although Fan Hua has always been in charge of the few holy venerables in the ancient land, trip him up. In terms of strength, Fan Hua looked at her and asked, Madam is the leader. What do you mean? Don't flatter me. The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled, stood up, turned around and walked out. He has a wife called Shangqing Luo. Yang Kai looked at her graceful back and spirit source. Just wait. And turned into a monster. I'll give you an answer within 5 days. She is now cultivating in my ancient land. Yang Kai knew that there was no problem. And the Tsang dog nodded gently and said with a smile, they had naturally heard about this. Thank you, madam, for your help. Shangqing Luo was personally sent back by his efforts were not in vain. The news had spread throughout the ancient land. Yang Kai also knew that since he had opened a gap with the Luan Feng this time, it was only because the ancient land's environment was suitable for her. They would not chose to cultivate here. On the other hand, the Tsang dog failed this time. Does Madam forget about getting any benefits from the ancient land in the future? The Luan Feng shook her head and said, he turned around and returned to his room to wait. That woman and she is not bad. Palace. Song Hound rushed over after receiving the news. The 3 holy venerables gathered, and their expressions were not good. He's gone too far. Last time, we went to help him. Who would have thought that this brat would come after us so quickly? He actually wants 3 monster kings. Why doesn't he just die? Song Hound was furious. He looked like he was going to fight Yang Kai to the death right now. Fan Hua sighed. We've been seeking fortune and avoiding disaster in the ancient land for so many years. She seems to have inherited the heavenly moon demon spider source. In time,
She will become a powerful member of my monster race. Since she is one of us, why should we deal with her? The Tsang dog said. Since we don't want to deal with her, why mention her? The Luanfeng pursed her lips and smiled. That little brat looks like a dog, but he is a womanizer. Do you know that he has 4 wives? What's more, he has an ambiguous relationship with a woman from Ice Heart Valley and a dragon girl. If we count the descendants of Tianxing, the Tsang dog listened with fascination. Tisk tsk, his luck with women is boundless. Fan Hua, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and said, having too many women is not necessarily a good thing. Luanfeng nodded. His 4 wives are all acquaintances and none of them are very strong. The woman from Ice Heart Valley seems to be only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. We also met her in the past. She was that crazy woman, but I heard she's not crazy anymore. As for the remaining 2, one is a dragon girl, and the other is a descendant of Tianxing. No matter who they are, they will not submit to others. The Tsang dog said. If the 2 of them meet, the thought of it made him shudder. A dragon girl and a descendant of Tianxing were natural enemies. It would be fun to watch. However, no one knew when a descendant of Tianxing would come out of seclusion. The Luanfeng smiled and said, before that, we can add more wood to the fire. If he is troubled by a group of women, I am afraid he will not have time to care about the ancient lands. The Tsang dog asked, how do we add more wood to the fire? The Luanfeng pursed her lips and smiled. Isn't this a good opportunity? He wants 3 monster kings, so we will give him 3 monster kings. I just don't know if he will have such a good appetite. The Tsang dog was confused, but Fan Hua suddenly understood. He smiled and stroked his beard. Yes, Madame Feng is right. What are you talking about? Can you be more clear? The Tsang dog scratched his head. Fan Hua and the Luanfeng looked at each other and smiled. The 3 monster kings were soon assembled, one for each of the 3 saint masters. In Feng Luo Palace, Yang Kai stared at the 3 monster kings standing in front of him, dumbfounded. He did not know what to say for a moment. It was not that the 3 monster kings were weak. Each of the 32 monster kings of the ancient lands was an extremely powerful existence. The reason why Yang Kai was so speechless was because the 3 monster kings were all women. Moreover, each of them was more charming than the other. One of them was not unfamiliar. It was the flower demon Dumi, or that he had seen in the Luanfeng's palace last time. This woman's ability to serve people was top-notch. Yang Kai had enjoyed it last time, and now she was looking at him tenderly. Next, he did not expect the was a beautiful woman, and the other body was send this woman to his side, and her expression was
turning
charming.
his head to look at
even
the
the Shanqing Luo could
Yang
not
Kai
compare
seemed
to
to see
her.
the deep
Her
meaning in her
beautiful
eyes.
eyes were like
He
2
nodded
black
and
holes
said,
that could swallow
"The monster
people's
king's
souls,
name is like thunder
making
to
them
my
unable
ears."
to extricate
Hu Fei
themselves.
giggled and said,
Although she was
"It's just a
standing there
little bit of a
quietly,
bad name that
there
will
was an
dirty master's
indescribable
ears."
charm lingering
Yang
around
Kai
her
turned his
that
head
made
to
people
look at the
reluctant
other
to
female
look away.
monster king.
Hu Fei. He saw that
Yang
this
Kai
woman's
asked
temperament was
tentatively.
different
The
from
female
Dumi'er,
monster
and Hu
king
Fei
was startled for a
She
moment.
did not have
But
Dumi'er's
then she
weakness
smiled
and Hu
sweetly and
Fei's
said,
charm.
"I
But
didn't
there was a
expect
trace
Master
of
to
coldness
recognize
her.
me."
Her
Her
pupils
voice
were
was
so
so
enchanting that
vertical
Kai
slit,
Yang couldn't help
which
but
reminded
shiver
Yang
when he
Kai
heard
of the
it.
word viper.
He felt as if all
However,
the bones in his
this
body
feeling
had
of
become much
insidiousness
lighter.
not only did
Worthy
not
of the
make people
nine-tailed
afraid,
fox's bloodline,
but it also made
every
people
movement
want to be
of
a moth
hers
to
was
a
so
flame.
enchanting that
It
it
seemed
made
that
people
even if they were
unable to
swallowed
control
alive,
themselves.
they would be willing.
Kai Yang could
Yang
clearly
Kai's
feel a
mind
warm
moved,
current surging in his lower abdomen. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. A few days ago, he had discussed the various monster kings with Shi Lei, and Shi Lei had mentioned Hu Fei.
Chapter 3292. Qi Lian licked her scarlet lips as a strange light bloomed in her vertical pupils. Master is really knowledgeable. You even recognize this concubine. Yang Kai dryly laughed as he glanced at the three Monster King girls. The three women in front of him, each one more enchanting than the last, each one more revealing than the last. Their snow-white skin, their perfectly round and slender figures were all exposed to the air. But when they looked at Kai Yang, without exception, it was as if they couldn't wait to swallow him whole. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to Luan Feng, who was watching the show with a smile. "Madam, can I have a word with you?" Luan Feng rolled her eyes and walked to the side with him. "What do you want?" Yang Kai said in distress. "Madam, are you playing with me?" Luan Feng said with a fake smile. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai glanced to the side and said, "I want the three Monster King girls, but why did you send them to me?" Luan Feng asked even though she knew the answer. "Are you not satisfied with them? The three of them are not weak among the 32 demon kings of the ancient land. They may not be as strong as Shilei in a head-on fight, but do you believe that if Shilei were to fight against the three of them, Shilei would be at a disadvantage?" "I believe, but this is too strange." Luan Feng's face turned cold. "What do you mean? I already called them here. Do you not want them? If you don't want them, you can tell them yourself, and see if they will let you go." Luan Feng was very happy in her heart. "Who told you to bully people with your power? Do you really think I can't teach you a lesson?" "Don't." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Madam, please help me to the end. Can you give me three Monster King girls? If it were three ordinary demon monarchs, these three would be too dazzling. Not to mention others. Even he himself couldn't resist the temptation of these three female Monster King girls. If he really took them back, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause in the High Heaven Palace. How would the male disciples have the heart to cultivate?" Luan Feng looked at him and said, "You want three Monster King girls, I found them for you. And now you want three more? Don't you think you are going too far?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously and nodded, "A little. Do you want them or not? If not, scram." Luan Feng coldly snorted. Yang Kai's mouth opened, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He turned to look at the three female Monster King girls and sighed. "Fine, I'll take them then." Luan Feng snorted. "You make it sound like you are suffering a loss." She paused for a moment and said, "I'll satisfy your request. Take them and scram. Don't come here again. When Tian Xing's descendant comes out of seclusion, I will send someone to inform you." She looked like she couldn't wait to drive them away. She was really afraid of Yang Kai. The sooner she sent him away, the better. Yang Kai didn't delay and cupped his hands. "My humble wife is in the ancient lands. I'll have to trouble you Saint Seniors to take care of her." He didn't look for Shanqing Luo this time, because he knew that Shanqing Luo and the others were currently cultivating. Disturbing them wouldn't do them any good. "I know. I promise I won't let her lose a single hair." Luan Feng impatiently waved her hand. After bidding farewell to Luan Feng, Yang Kai led the three female Monster King girls back to the stone mongoose's residence. Along the way, Yang Kai finally experienced the most difficult thing to accept. The three female Monster King girls were each more passionate than the other. Whether it was their words or actions, they were all seductive. This was especially true for Hu Fei, who had the nine-tailed fox bloodline. Her every movement and smile were filled with endless charm, making it hard for people to resist. Dumi, and Qi Lian were also not easy to deal with. One was gentle and sweet, while the other was cold and sinister. The three female Monster King girls had three different auras that intertwined with each other, making Yang Kai feel like he was in a trance. If he hadn't been controlling his heart, he would have probably found a place to have some fun. After returning to the stone mongoose's residence, the group of stone mongoose stared at the three female monsters with wide eyes. Then, they glanced at Yang Kai and revealed an expression that all men would understand. Yang Kai felt very embarrassed from being stared at like this. This wasn't the situation he wanted. He came to the ancient lands this time, just to get the three Monster Kings, to guard the Orthodoxy Palace. He didn't expect to be able to bring the three-dragon lady with him. Now that he thought about it, that lowly servant Luan Feng clearly didn't have good intentions. She probably wanted the three-dragon lady to capture him and use him as an opening to do whatever she wanted. After returning to the Orthodoxy Palace in a sorry state, under Hua Qingxi's dumbfounded gaze, he introduced the three female monster kings to her and told her to make arrangements according to the situation. Before leaving, Yang Kai's expression became serious. His gaze swept over the three dragon ladies' faces, and he said in a deep voice, "After I leave, you will listen to Manager Hua's arrangements. The human world is not the same as the ancient lands, nor is it as free as the ancient lands. Since you are in my territory, you must abide by the rules. If you make any mistakes, don't blame this king for being ruthless." Hu Fei smiled faintly. "Master, what are you saying? The three of us are very obedient." As she spoke, a faint charm bloomed. If it was any other man, they would have been immediately captivated and wouldn't be able to say a single harsh word. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was already prepared for this and intended to show off his strength. A golden vertical pupil appeared in his left eye, and a tidal wave of his divine sense transformed into a destructive force, crushing Hu Fei's invisible charm to nothing. Hu Fei's snow-white and flawless face changed slightly. She let out a muffled groan and became even paler. "Do me!" Chi Lian's eyes also flashed, a trace of surprise finally appearing in their watery eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai quietly urged the power of the golden divine dragon source. A faint dragon pressure spread out and enveloped the three-dragon lady. He then stretched out a hand to touch Hu Fei's delicate face. Hu Fei's eyes widened in an instant as an incredible scene appeared in her field of vision. Yang Kai was clearly standing in front of her, but she felt as if she was looking at a giant dragon reaching out with its claws that could tear the world apart. In front of this dragon claw, any defense she had seemed to be fragile and could be torn to pieces at any time. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and the remaining blood on her face drained away in an instant. Feeling the change in Yang Kai's aura, Dumier and Qi Lian also felt as if they were facing a great enemy. After what seemed like an instant, but also like a long time, the aura that made the three-dragon lady feel oppressed suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai smiled and pinched Hu Fei's cheeks, feeling her soft and tender skin. "Be good, I won't forget to reward you later." The three-dragon lady were dumbstruck and nodded obediently. Yang Kai put his fingertips to his nose and sniffed them, winked at Hu Fei, laughed, and turned to leave. Only when his back disappeared did Hu Fei and the others let out a heavy sigh of relief. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Previously, when they followed Yang Kai all the way here, they found that he was just like that, so they couldn't help but be a little presumptuous. But it wasn't until now that they realized how terrifying this man was. If they really made him angry, they were afraid that he really wouldn't show any mercy to them. The suffocating feeling just now was something that they had never felt even from the holy masters. Hua Qingxi watched all of this coldly from the sidelines, and only now did she speak. "This queen is the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. How do I address you?" Her voice pulled Hu Fei and the others back from their thoughts. "Do me." Was the first to speak and reported her name. She didn't look down on her, just because she was stronger than Hua Qingxi. Instead, she acted very docile. Hua Qingxi noted them down one by one. She knew that Yang Kai had shown his power just now. Otherwise, she would have a headache facing these three female monster kings. The only people in the High Heaven Palace who were on equal footing with them were Ying Fei and the others. However, Ying Fei and the others were monster kings from the ancient lands, so they were definitely familiar with the three in front of them. Hua Qingxi couldn't use Ying Fei and the others to intimidate Hu Fei and the others. But now, with Yang Kai's remaining power to intimidate them, she could easily command them. She secretly made up her mind that if they didn't listen to her, she would ask Lu Yan to deal with them. Lu Yan was now the strongest person in the High Heaven Palace besides Yang Kai. Even the Monster King was no match for her. With the addition of the three Monster Kings, the Orthodoxy Temple finally had enough manpower. They just had to wait for the Southern Gate Army to finish setting up the sect protecting array. Then they could prepare for the migration of the disciples. After leaving the Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai once again returned to the ancient lands. After leaving the Stone Mongoose clan's residence, he first went to the place where the blood door had appeared. He was no stranger to this place. Back then, he had fought with Sherhua here and was almost crippled. In the end, Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline awakened, and she took Sherhua's divine spirit source to resolve the crisis. Then, Zhang Ruoxi took Xiao Xiao into the blood door. Tianxing was born, the blood door disappeared, and went on a campaign, and there was no news of it to this day. With a single Tianxing sword, there were monster commanders stationed near the blood door all year round. Even dragons and phoenixes were not spared. He was interrogated a lot, who was born with the fortune of heaven and earth. They all nodded and flattered him. The nemesis of all divine probing the void for a long time. In the era when Tianxing was unable to sense the aura of the divine spirits in the world, so he could only give up, giving the human race space to develop another world. The divine spirits that were killed by Tianxing all had their origin energy taken away. There was a Tianxing palace sealed in the stored many divine spirit sources from ancient times. The number of divine spirits dwindled until there were barely any left. But in ancient times, although many demons had inherited these powerful divine spirits were born with great energy, and they were unable to awaken the glory of their ancestors, tormenting all living beings. Chapter 3293. 10 days later, Yang Kai emerged from the ancient lands. On the outskirts of the ancient lands, there was a dilapidated city where many cultivators stayed. Although the ancient wild lands had a fierce reputation because of the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the special environment, many cultivators liked to venture inside. Over the years, a place for cultivator to rest appeared outside the ancient lands. This was the origin of Desolate City. Yang Kai had also been here before. It was here that he found a guide, Old Ban, and safely entered the ancient lands. It was because of Old Ban that he had a conflict with Yao Lin, the daughter of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Yao Lin might not be a bad person, but she had been spoiled since childhood and had a domineering and arrogant temper. In terms of the cultivation of the Tao of Space, she thought she was protected by a master. Yang Kai had always felt his way. On trespassing into the ancient lands, if he could carefully discuss it with Li Wuyi, forcing Old Ban, he might have unexpected gains. In the end, she was taught a lesson by Yang Kai. Whether it was Dragon Island she was or not Spirit Beast Island, and later joined forces with Netherworld Sea of the Eastern Territory. To intercept the Serene Soul Palace at the exit of the ancient lands, the entire Eastern Territory. In the end, she was definitely one of the top territories. At the critical moment, star boundary, the souls of the great emperors of Serene Soul descended. Of course, these three forces were not monolithic. Arriving at this dilapidated, desolate the martial city, beast and the dragon race would not fight each other. Back then, when they encountered each other, Yang Kai was grateful for Old Ban's guidance. Join forces? Seeing that he was alone with his granddaughter, a man looked in the direction of Yang Kai's departure, with a arranged for his granddaughter to enter Ice Heart Valley. After a while, while Old Ban found a job and immersed his soul under Ice Heart Valley's jurisdiction. After carefully examining it, Yang Kai had not seen Old Ban's granddaughter for many years. Sure enough, it's him. But now that he thought about it, putting away the Old Ban's granddaughter should have grown up and was cultivating an Ice Heart Valley. His divine sense into it. Her future should not be too bad. Yang Kai did not stop at Desolate City. He gritted his teeth and followed in the direction of Yang Kai's departure. Yang Kai's destination was only a Dragon Island realm cultivator. Shin Yuju's words made him feel a sense of urgency. Although the 10 great emperors were still alive, he had no idea where Yang Kai had gone. When they would be able to compete. He wandered around like a headless fly for a while. If the time of annoyance and his cultivation was not enough, after a while a group of people flew over. Therefore, the leader of the group, wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. Looked at the man with the gloomy face. It was always better to plan ahead than to cram for a rainy day. He had just broken through to the second order emperor realm. Doesn't know where he went. So even if he cultivated that person's cultivation is too high, he would not be able to break through in the blink of an eye in a short time. The gloomy young man called Fort Master glanced at him coldly, causing cold sweat to appear on the man's forehead. Breaking through the dragon transformation secret, this subordinate is incompetent. And tempering his dragon bloodline body subordinate might be more effective than a simple breakthrough. An old man next to him said, in order to achieve this, going to Dragon Island was undoubtedly the best choice. Xiesan is only a second-order Dragon realm master. Last time, it is a good thing he went to the territory of the lower star. If he really found out that someone was following him, forcibly opened I'm afraid in the dragon he would be temple. Alerted. Yang Kai did not know what happened to relaxed a little when he heard this. Nor did he know if Dragon Island was still making things difficult for Zhu Qin. He then turned to the messenger and asked, he would not feel at ease if he did not go and take a look. Appearance? If possible, are you sure it would be best to bring Zhu Qin out? The man said with a firm look. If not, I saw he would have to set up a space array on Dragon Island. Back then, to connect to the High Heavens Palace. Jade slip with an image of that person. It would be too troublesome to go back and forth. Has always carried it with him. But before going to Dragon Island, he wanted to go to Spirit Beast Island. But I suddenly noticed that he looked familiar. He had wanted to discuss the Fort Master doesn't believe me for a long time. You can ask the others in the city. It was rare to find someone in this world. I'm sure I'm not the only one who saw him. Proficient in this mysterious power as he was. I know you don't dare to speak carelessly. He was known as the number one person below the great emperors. What is that person's cultivation? His attainments in the Tao of Space were probably higher than Yang Kai's. But Yang Kai did not have this qualification in the past. The man pondered for a moment and said cautiously, "He should be stronger than Fort Master." The Fort Master narrowed his eyes. "Stronger than me? Isn't he at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master? Hateful." His face filled with resentment, as if he had some kind of deep hatred for Yang Kai. The old man who spoke before was slightly surprised. If this old master remembers correctly, that person broke through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, right? It's only been a few years, but he's already a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Such talent. After a pause, he cupped his fists and said, "Fort Master, this matter needs to be considered at length. If that boy is really a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Heaven Chi Castle may not be able to provoke him. If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely remember the name Heaven Chi Castle when he heard this. Heaven Chi Castle was not a powerful force in the Eastern Territory. It could be considered a second or third-class force. The strongest person in the castle was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. It was almost the same as the previous Rakshasa sect, but slightly better than the Rakshasa sect. Because it was not very strong, Heaven Chi Castle sat on the border of the Eastern Territory. No one dared to compete with it, giving Heaven Chi Castle space to develop steadily. The current fort master was the gloomy young man named Chi Hai. Yang Kai had dealt with him several times. In the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai revealed clues about the mountains and rivers Bell, and the Phoenix True Fire. After that, Chi Hai invited him to the Eastern Territory's Heaven Chi Castle as a guest because Chi Hai's woman trespassed into the ancient wild lands and was poisoned by one of the 10 great poisons, the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain. She was dying and urgently needed the Phoenix True Fire to prolong her life. The reason why Chi Hai took the risk to enter the Shattered Star Sea was to find the Phoenix True Fire. But unfortunately, Yang Kai beat him to it, so he could only set his eyes on Yang Kai. But for Yang Kai at that time, the Eastern Territory was very far away. How could he go to Heaven Chi Castle for no reason? He just casually dealt with it. Later, he really came to the Eastern Territory by chance. The moment he entered Barren City outside the Ancient Lands passageway, Chi Hai got the news. After all, Heaven Chi Castle was in charge of the border area, and the whole Barren City was under the Heaven Chi Castle's secret management. Chi Hai, as the young fort master, was very well informed. Then, Chi Hai arranged spies everywhere in the Ancient Lands passageway and waited for Yang Kai's arrival. Hard work paid off. One of the disciples of Heaven Chi Castle really waited for Yang Kai and conveyed Chi Hai's message. If the Phoenix True Fire was really with him at that time, Yang Kai might not mind helping Chi Hai. After all, it was just a small matter, and it did not cost much. But at that time, the Phoenix True Fire had been swallowed by Lu Yan. He even spent a lot of money to join one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory. Lu Yan himself was taken to Spiritual Beast Island by 9 cultivation to pass on the inheritance with his own hands to avenge his lover's death. How could Yang Kai help Chi Hai? In his mind, in addition, although the Phoenix True Fire was a big deal that killed his partner, Yang Kai felt unhappy that his whereabouts were being monitored. This time, so he immediately learned that Yang Kai had appeared in Desolation City again. If he was poisoned, Chi Hai rushed over without stopping. Why was he staring at his Phoenix True Fire? He wanted to take revenge. What happened at that time was just a passing cloud. Yang Kai why he was so cold-blooded and heartless back then. But for Chi Hai, the young fort master was something that he could never forget. Heaven Chi Castle. He was sure that the Phoenix True Fire was obtained by Yang Kai, Emperor Realm, and it would not take much effort to qualifications to compete with Heavenly Frost Earth Rain poison. But now, after hearing the report from his subordinates, which led to Yang Kai had once again surpassed him. Chi Hai was afraid that he was no match for a second-order Emperor. The image of the young fort master, Heaven Chi Castle, who was originally as gentle as jade, but that doesn't mean that others can't. Chi Hai stared coldly into the distance. In the Eastern Territory, I'm not the only one who wants his life. If he dares to come here, he can forget about leaving alive. Sneering, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. A stream of light flashed and disappeared into the distance in an instant. The old man next to him couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Back then, the young fort lord and the fort lord in front of him were like two different people. Ever since that woman died, and the young fort lord joined that sect, everything had changed. However, he couldn't say anything, because it was Chi Hai's final wish to avenge his dead lover. If even this was taken away from him, Chi Hai would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 3294. There were 2 islands in the Eastern Sea, Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island. Both of them were ethereal and untraceable. If an ordinary person didn't have the opportunity, they wouldn't be able to find any clues, even if they wandered around the sea for a lifetime. The world only thought that these 2 terrifying forces were really 2 islands. But Yang Kai knew that Dragon Island was actually a small world, and the entrance was hidden under the sea of a territory. If it wasn't for Li Jiao leading the way last time, he probably wouldn't have been able to find the entrance. The trip to Dragon Island was full of danger. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of treatment he would receive if he entered Dragon Island again. He might even be treated as an enemy, so he had to make a trip to Spirit Beast Island first. What made him speechless was that after passing by a few towns and inquiring a few times, no one knew where Spirit Beast Island was. All the way to the east, he didn't find anything until he reached the sea. There was a city by the sea, firmly guarding the thousands of miles of border. It was majestic and spectacular. The cultivator in the city came and went unceasingly. In a restaurant in the city, Yang Kai sat alone by the window sill on the 3rd floor, drinking by himself. He couldn't help but worry about who he should find to inquire about Spirit Beast Island's location. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over, and a person sat across from him. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and turned his head to look, only to see a smiling face appear in front of him. Her smile was like a flower, her skin was snow white, and her looks were outstanding. Impressively, she was an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a blue dress, which accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure. Ling Yinqin was a warm-hearted person. Their eyes
Yang
met,
Kai and
Yang
Lu
Kai's
Xian
eyes
drifted
lit up,
into the
revealing
solitary
a smile.
void sea's sealed
You
world.
are, Brother
And the
Yang,
first person
you're
they
really
met
hard
was
to
Ling
find.
Yinqin.
The woman
At that
across
time,
from him smiled
Ling
faintly,
Yinqin
even
Miss
gave him a
Lanhe,
high-grade
Yang
spirit
Kai
purifying
finally remembered
array,
the name of the
which
woman
was an
across from
extremely
him.
generous
And
gift for Ling
unexpectedly,
Yinqin back then.
He was overjoyed
After
to
coming
meet an
out
old
of the
friend
solitary
in a foreign
void
land.
He
Yang
blurted
Kai
out,
didn't see Ling
"Why are
Yinqin
you
again?"
here? After
Just
all,
as he
they were
spoke,
very
he
far
patted
apart.
his head in annoyance.
Then, he met
That's
Lan He
right.
from Heavenly
You were
Wolf
originally
Valley
in
the
the
Shattered
Eastern
Star
Territory.
Sea, and casually
Lan He,
gave her a few
if
words
she hadn't
of advice.
suddenly appeared in
Now
front
he
of
didn't
him,
know if Ling
Yang
Yinqin
Kai would
had
have
gone to
almost
Heavenly
forgotten
Wolf
about
Valley.
this woman.
Yang
In the
Kai didn't
Eastern
expect
Territory,
that he would
he
have the
didn't know
chance
many
to meet
people.
Lan He again
Over
in
the
this
years,
big world.
he had mainly
He's
been
smiled
active in the
slightly and
Southern
said,
Territory.
"It's really
and
a
the
small
Northern
world.
Territory.
Miss
He
Lan
had
it's
only
been a long
interacted
time.
with some young talents from
Unexpectedly,
other territories
Lan He
in
slowly
the
shook her
Shattered
head
Star
and
Sea.
said,
Naturally,
I came here
he
specifically
had met
to
Lan
find
He
you.
in the Shattered Star
Specifically,
Sea.
This
Yang
woman
Kai
was
raised
from
his
the Heavenly
eyebrows
Wolf
and was
Valley in the
immediately
Eastern
stunned.
Territory.
How did you know
Back
I was
then,
in the Eastern
she
Territory?
had received some favors
Lan
from
He
Yang
said,
Kai in the
I
Shattered Star
occasionally
Sea.
heard some news
The
and
two
heard
of them
someone
had drifted
mention
into
your
the
name.
void together.
I also heard
and it
someone
was
say
Yang
that
Kai
you had
who
been
had sent her
inquiring
out.
about Spirit Beast
Otherwise,
Island with her
So I guess
cultivation
that you
at
would
that
come
time.
to the seaside.
She would have
So I
definitely
waited
been
here.
lost in the void.
It seems that my
and would
guess
never
wasn't
have been
wrong.
able to find her
You
way
really
out.
came here. Later,
Yang Kai
Yang
blinked.
Kai had
I
entrusted her to
occasionally
help
heard some
inquire
news
about
and my
another
name.
woman. This
And
is
if
really
possible,
interesting.
to take care of her.
I wonder where Miss Lan
That
heard
woman
it
was
from.
called Ling Yinqin.
There was a message
and
in
she had
Lan
come
He's
out of the
words that Yang
solitary
Kai
void
couldn't
sea
help but
sealed
pay
world
attention
with
to.
Yang Kai.
He had come
The
to the
solitary
Eastern
void
Territory,
sea sealed world
and someone
was
was
the damn
actually
place where
inquiring
Bing
about
Yan
him.
had been trapped for many
Lan He
years.
looked at him
Ling
snappily.
Yinqin, do
And
you
a
really
man
not
met
know or
and
are
got
you
to know each
pretending
other
not to know?
inside. Falling
Yang
in
Kai
love with each
smiled
other.
and said,
Unfortunately,
If I knew, why would I ask
her
you?
husband had died
Lan
in
He
an
looked him
accident.
up and down and
That
nodded.
man was from the
Then
Eastern
let me ask
Territory's
you,
Heavenly
do
Wolf
you know
Valley,
that you are in a very
which was the
dangerous
same force as
situation
Lan
right
He.
now?
After
Yang
Ling
Kai
Yinqin
asked
escaped from
curiously,
the solitary
My
void
situation
sea.
is very dangerous.
She didn't go with Yang
What do you
Kai
mean?
and Bing Yin.
Lan He sighed and
Instead,
said,
she went to
I
the
guess that
Eastern
you didn't know.
Territory's Heavenly
Let's put
Wolf
it this
Valley
way.
to
Do
bury
you
her
still
husband's
remember
ashes.
Brahma Holy Land?
Many years had
After
passed in the
saying
blink
that,
of an eye.
seeing Yang
And
Kai's
many
blank
details were
expression,
vague to Yang
she
Kai.
suddenly felt both angry and amused. You killed 2 of their holy sons in the Shattered Star Sea. Don't tell me that you have forgotten. One of them was called Zhang Hao, and the other was called Zhang Xian. They were brother, and also the 2 people that Brahma Holy Land had placed high hopes on. Yang Kai touched his chin and said, Well, now that you mention it, I seem to have some recollection of it. Lan He couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Could it be that he didn't remember who he had killed? If Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian knew about this, wouldn't they be angered to death again? Yang Kai grinned and said, I killed too many people in the Shattered Star Sea. Who cares about Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian? This was the truth. There were many young men who had died at his hands in the Shattered Star Sea, and all of them had great backgrounds. Who would remember the names of the dead? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, Does Miss Lan mean that Brahma Holy Land is looking for trouble with me? Lan, he said solemnly, It's not just Brahma Holy Land. Let me ask you, what kind of grudge do you have with the Netherworld sect? They have also taken action this time. Netherworld sect. TSK. Many years ago, Yin Lusheng ambushed him, Chiyu, and the others in the Starlight Corridor. Later, this guy made things difficult for Yang Kai at every turn. In the Shattered Star Sea, in order to inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, Yang Kai made a deal with him and spared his dog life. It was from Yin Lusheng's mouth that Yang Kai went to the ancient wild lands. Later, Yin Lusheng calculated the timing and invited a second-order Emperor Realm Master from the Netherworld sect to set up an ambush outside the ancient land's passageway. Among them was Yao Lin, the daughter of the great emperors of the Serene Soul. But Yang Kai broke the ambush and killed Yin Lusheng at that time. Yin Lusheng was the former sect master of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wild Star. With his own ability, he broke through the shackles and entered the star boundary, where he was on par with the Netherworld sect in the star boundary. He had great expectations and was even personally accepted as a disciple by the Netherworld sect's sect master. Fu Bo Yang Kai had killed Yin Lusheng, and a second-order Emperor Realm Master of the Netherworld sect, so the enmity between them was not small. Coupled with the destruction of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wild Star, this enmity could almost be said to be irreconcilable. It was either you die or I die. Lan, he smiled bitterly. Brother Yang, you are really something. Of the 3 top forces in the Eastern Territory, you actually provoked 2 of them. If an ordinary person provoked such an enemy, they would not dare to show up in the Eastern Territory. Yang Kai was not from the Eastern Territory, so although Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect had always wanted to find Yang Kai to take revenge, they had never had the chance. This time, he took the initiative to show up in the Eastern Territory. So how could these 2 forces hold back? If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find him again in the future. So, as soon as they received the news, the 2 great forces sent out almost all of their forces, determined to kill Yang Kai in the Eastern Territory to protect their reputation. Yang Kai grinned. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Of the 3 top forces in the Eastern Territory, I wonder who the other one is? Heavenly Wolf Valley? Lan, he shook her head. My Heavenly Wolf Valley only has 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters. How can it be called a top force? The other one is Ahan Temple. After saying so, she looked at Yang Kai in horror. Don't tell me that Ahan Temple also has a grudge with you. I heard that Qi Gui is also looking for you everywhere. Yang Kai looked at her and said, Do I look like someone who likes to cause trouble? Also, who is Qi Gui? Lan, he couldn't help laughing. Qi Gui isn't a ghost. He's the most powerful rising star of Ahan Temple. He broke through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea. You should have seen him before. He's a red-haired guy with a very violent personality. Yang Kai thought for a moment, and vaguely remembered seeing such a person. His red hair was too obvious a feature, but he shook his head and said, I have no grudge with him. Lan, he said. Then he probably wants to spar with you. This guy is warlike by nature. In the past, he often fought with Yin Lusheng, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian. You killed these 3 people, so he has no opponent in the Eastern Territory. He probably wants to prove something to you. Yang Kai snorted. Then he has the wrong idea. Lan, he said, let's not talk too much. Brother Yang, it is not good to stay here for a long time. The 2 top sects in the Eastern Territory have joined forces and have been inquiring about your whereabouts. Fortunately, you are not slow and did not stay anywhere for long, but the news of you entering this city will definitely spread. If you don't leave now, when those people come, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Yang Kai sighed and said, There is nothing to worry about in this world. Lan, he said angrily, What time is it now? Hurry up and come with me. Yang Kai asked curiously, Come with you? Where to? Lan, he said matter-of-factly, Heavenly Wolf Valley, where else can we go? I'll take you back to Lai Lo for a while. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, This young appreciates Miss Land's kindness, but your Heavenly Wolf Valley is making a living in the Eastern Territory. It is best not to cause trouble for yourself because of me. After all, those were two top forces, and Heavenly Wolf Valley absolutely could not resist them. After saying this, he frowned and turned his head to look to the side. His eyes met with a woman who had just walked up to the third floor. The woman hurriedly looked away and went straight to another table to sit down. Chapter 3295. Yang Kai sighed. How's Sister Lan's reputation in the Eastern Territory? Lan He asked. What reputation? Do many people know you? Lan He smiled modestly. Not many, but it should be quite a few. She was also famous in the Eastern Territory. Although she couldn't compare to Qi Gui, she was still one of the rising leaders. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been qualified to enter the Shattered Star Sea. In addition, Netherworld sects in Lusheng and Brahma Holy Lands, two holy sons were killed by Yang Kai, so she stood out even more. Now that she was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, many people naturally knew her. Then I'll have to trouble you. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. What trouble? Lan He was puzzled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Nothing. He wasn't afraid of Netherworld sect or Brahma Holy Land at all. It would be fine if they didn't come looking for trouble. But if they really dared to come looking for trouble, he would let them know what it meant to strike a stone with an egg. But now that Lan He had come to remind him out of goodwill in public, it was inevitable that some people would see it. Of course, he could leave directly, but Lan He's actions had already set Heavenly Wolf Valley on fire. If others couldn't find him, they would probably go to Heavenly Wolf Valley to ask about it. If the Spirit Beast Island was implicated, The
Lan, he
Brahma
wouldn't
Holy
have a
Land,
good ending.
Netherworld
Other people's
sect,
good intentions,
and so on would all be
how
in
could
serious
Young Kai
trouble.
ignore them?
Lan, he smiled
but he couldn't
slightly
say
and
that his
said,
good intentions
"Now,
were doing
Brother
bad
Young
things.
knows why I invited
He could
you
only
to the
secretly
Skywolf
think
Valley
of a
to
way
lie
to
low
get
for a
Heavenly
while,
Wolf
right?
Valley out of this
I know
matter,
that Brother Young
so
is
that they
worried
wouldn't
that
be
I will bring
implicated.
trouble to the sect."
Just as he was thinking
But who
about
in the
this,
Eastern
Lan,
Territory
he doesn't
said,
know that my
"Brother
Skywolf
Young,
Valley
aren't
is
you
related to
inquiring
the
about
Spirit Beast Island?
Even
Do
if
you
they
want to
know
go to
that you have
Spirit
gone to
Beast
the
Island?
Skywolf Valley,
Young
they
Kai's
can't
eyes
do
lit up
anything."
when he heard this.
Young Kai
Does
nodded
Sister
and said,
Lan know how to go
"I was
there?"
thinking too much."
Lan, he pursed her
In
lips
that
and
case,
smiled.
this Young thanks
This
you in
matter
advance.
is confidential.
Lan, he
I
glanced
don't know
at him
much,
and
but
said,
Valley Master should
"Brother
know.
Young,
Your
you are treating
Skywolf
me
Valley
as an
has
outsider.
connections with the
If
Spirit
it weren't
Beast
for
Island.
you, I
Lan,
would
he
have died
said,
in the Shattered
my
Star
Skywolf
Sea.
Valley's
How
inheritance
could I be alive
is related
today?
to the sacred
A drop
spirit.
of water should be
Moonhowl
repaid
Heavenly
with a
Wolf.
gushing spring.
Early on,
Not to
we
mention
used
a
a secret
life-saving
technique
grace
to rear a
Young Kai
descendant
said
of the
sternly,
Moonhowl Heavenly
"This
Wolf.
Young will remember Miss Lan's
Unfortunately,
kindness.
the bloodline
To
is
be honest,
impure.
what
and we are
happened back
unable
then
to
was
see the
nothing
glory
more
of
than
our
a slight
ancestors."
effort.
Lan,
It's
he
unknown
also
how
wandered
Spirit
into the
Beast
void
Island
crack
received
because
the
of
news,
him,
and sent
and
a
it didn't take
beast-seeking
much
envoy
effort for him to
over
send
to
her
take
out.
the descendant
After
of the
so
Moonhowl
many
Heavenly
years,
Wolf.
she specially came
Furthermore,
to find him
he left behind
and provided
a token
him
to
with a
inform
place
my
to lie low.
Skywolf Valley.
She even
That
didn't
if we
hesitate
encounter
to
any
bring
difficulties
trouble to
that
the
we
Skywolf
cannot
Valley.
overcome,
This
we
favor
can
was
bring the
indeed
token
not
to
small.
Spirit Beast
However,
Island in the Eastern
Young
Sea
Kai's
to seek
slight
help.
effort back then was indeed a
Keepsake.
life-saving grace
Young Kai
for
was
Lan
all
He.
smiles when he
This
heard
favor
this.
was really difficult
It was truly
to
a
explain.
case of searching
Without
high and low for
hesitation,
something.
Young
Only
Kai
to find it
immediately
by
threw down a
chance.
few pieces
He had
of
been
source
wondering
crystals
how he could make a
and
trip
walked
to
out
the
of the
Spirit
restaurant
Beast
with
Island.
Lan He.
But
After
he
he
didn't
got
expect
up
to hear about
the
it
woman
from
who
Lan
just
He.
walked up
Young
quietly
Kai
took out a
reckoned that the
communication
so-called beast
artifact
hunting envoy
and
that
poured
she
her
mentioned
divine
was the
sense
same as
into it
Elder
to
Tao,
communicate with
whom
someone
he had met
in
in
the
the High
city.
Sky sect.
Young Kai
The
and Lan
beast
He
hunting
walked side
envoy
by
was
side,
ordered to search
heading
for
out of
all
the city.
kinds of strange
Lan He
beasts
suddenly frowned
and
and
bring
said,
them back to
Brother
Spirit Beast
Young,
Island to
your
cultivate.
whereabouts have been exposed.
Even if there was a problem
someone
with the
is following
descendant
us.
of the Moonhowl Heavenly
Young Kai
Wolf
smiled slightly
it was
and
enough
said,
for the Spirit
that
Beast
depends on
Island
whether
to
he can
accept.
keep up or not.
Even if the Skywolf
After a
Valley
while,
couldn't
the
cultivate
two
it,
walked out of the city
it didn't
gate.
mean that the
Young
Spirit
Kai
Beast Island
apologized
couldn't.
and suddenly reached
However,
out to grab
the
Lan He's
Spirit
arm.
Beast Island
When their limbs
obviously
touched,
wasn't willing to
Lan
take
He's
other
body
people's
trembled
things for
slightly,
free.
and a
That
blush
beast
appeared on
hunting
her
envoy
face.
left behind
The
a
next
token as
moment,
compensation.
she felt her vision
to the
blur
Skywolf
and the
Valley.
world spin.
This token
When she
from the Spirit
reappeared,
Beast
she was
Island
already in
was
another
probably the
place.
strongest
This
foundation.
was not the end.
With this token,
The same experience
even the
happened
top
a few
3
more
factions
times.
in the Eastern
After
Territory
more than 10 times,
wouldn't dare to
Young
casually
Kai let go
disturb
of Lan
them.
He's arm and said with a smile, Miss Lan, please lead the way. Lan He was still in a daze. She turned her head to look around, and then back at the road. But there was no trace of the city. When she thought of Young Kai's attainments in the power of space, a terrifying thought appeared in her mind. Space divine technique, instant movement. Because of Li Wui, the people of the Eastern Territory had some understanding of the power of space. They knew that Li Wui could ignore the obstruction of space and instantly move from one place to another. This magical space divine technique was instant movement. However, everyone had only heard of it and had never seen it with their own eyes, let alone experience it. However, at this moment, Lan He truly experienced the feeling of instant movement. In that trance, it was as if she was shuttling through the void. It was magical but also chilling. With such means, who in this world could stop him? No wonder he dared to roam the Eastern Territory alone, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, she was shocked and asked in surprise, Brother Yang, are you already a second-order Emperor Realm Master? She did not notice before Yang Kai did not use his strength, but as soon as Yang Kai activated his Emperor Qi, she immediately sensed the level of Yang Kai's current realm. Yang Kai nodded and said, I just broke through not long ago. Lan He was a little absent-minded, and was stunned for a long time before she said, Brother Yang is really a genius. When they first met in the Shattered Star Sea, both of them were only in the third-order Dao Source realm. His various performances shocked Lan He. Later, when she heard that Yang Kai had broken through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, she knew that his future was limitless. However, she never expected that he would break through again after so many years. Lan He was now a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and it was also thanks to the trip to the Shattered Star Sea that she obtained the opportunity to break through. But she had no confidence in breaking through to the Second-Order Emperor Realm. From the Emperor Realm onwards, every breakthrough was extremely difficult, and every level was difficult for countless heroes. If not for this, there would not be so few top forces in this world. A force only needed one Third-Order Emperor Realm Master to be considered a top force. The strongest person in Heavenly Wolf Valley was only a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. After suppressing the shock in her heart, she collected her thoughts and determined the direction. Then, she waved at Yang Kai and rushed in the direction of Heavenly Wolf Valley. In the seaside city, the main hall where the space array was located was extremely lively today. Powerful figures appeared in the main hall from all over the place, leaving the cultivator guarding the array dumbfounded. He didn't know what day it was, and why so many masters had come to the city. After a while, at least 30 people from the Emperor Realm had gathered in the main hall. At a glance, it was obvious that these people were from two groups of people. One group was emitting a gloomy aura, as if they had just returned from Yellow Springs Purgatory, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The other group was more normal, but they were filled with murderous intent, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become extremely oppressive. It's the people from Netherworld Sect in Brahma Holy Land. The guards gathered together, and a sharp-eyed person recognized the origins of these two groups of people. Why are they here? Could it be that some kind of treasure is about to appear here? If that wasn't the case, why would so many masters show up? These were all Emperor Realm Masters, great masters who were usually elusive and elusive. When he received the news
I'm afraid
just now,
there is
he
no
didn't
treasure.
believe it. It seems
After
that they are
all,
here to kill.
there was nothing worth paying attention
What
to
kind
in
of
his
person
city.
would they send
How could
so
a group
many
of
people
from the
Emperor
Emperor
Realm
to
kill?
be
Who would
attracted
dare
by
to
the
provoke
Netherworld
them?
Sect in
How would
Brahma
I know?
Holy Land?
Have you
Now
informed
that
the
he
city
took a
lord
look,
and master
sure
of
enough,
this matter? There were at least
yes,
30 to
the
40
city lord
people
and
from the
master are on
Emperor
their
Realm
way.
present.
The city
And
lord
the
of
auras
this
of
city
the two leaders
was just
were
the
so
First-Order
powerful
Emperor Realm
that he
Master.
didn't dare to look
So many
directly
powerful
at them.
people had
The city
suddenly
lord had
appeared,
some guesses,
and they were from
as to
two
who
top
these two people
forces.
were. As the
One
city
was
lord,
definitely the
he naturally
Netherworld
couldn't
Sect
ignore
master.
it. Not long
Fubo.
after the news
And
spread,
the other should be the
a short
holy
and
master
fat
of
old
Brahma
man
Holy
walked in
Land,
with cold
Su
sweat on his
Changfeng.
forehead.
These two
He
were
glanced
famous
around,
figures in the
and his
entire
legs went
Eastern
soft,
Territory,
almost fainting. And at this moment, they actually came together. The cold sweat on the short and fat city lord's forehead became even more severe. He knew that if he didn't handle this matter well, his good days as the city lord would come to an end. He didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly went up to greet them. But who would have thought that neither Fu Bo nor Su Changfeng would pay attention to him, and were just asking a woman some questions. After a while Fu Bo shouted angrily, "Trash!" With a thump, the woman knelt down and said in fear, "This subordinate is incompetent." Chapter 3296. No one paid any attention to him. But the short and stout city lord did not dare to show any signs of dissatisfaction. He waited on the spot while trembling in fear. He listened to the group of people muttering for a while. They seemed to have mentioned a few names, including the Skywolf Valley. After a while the group of people left in a hubbub. No one looked at him from beginning to end. After a while, dozens of figures leaped up and flew away. Only at this moment did the short and stout city lord let out a long sigh of relief. He felt a sense of relief behind him, as though he had escaped death for no reason. At this moment, how could he not know that this group of experts hadn't come because of him? Nor was it because of his city, and they were just passing by. He really didn't know exactly which bastard had offended these two great powers, and actually made so many experts move out together, causing him to be on tenterhooks. He cursed fiercely in his heart, before he felt much better. Skywolf Valley was an incomparably huge valley. It was surrounded by towering mountains on all sides, and there was only one way to enter the valley. As the most outstanding rising star of the Skywolf Valley, her status in the valley was naturally extremely high. When she led young Kai into the Skywolf Valley, some were alone, the disciples guarding and some the were running around immediately came forward to the Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples were not afraid of them at all. They curiously even sized up the wolf demons, guessing his relationship with Lan were very obvious. This was the first time they had seen Lan he bring a man back to the valley. Of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. This is the Moonhowl Celestial Wolf. This was the rhythm of carrying out the motto head of being in the company of stone sculptures on the left and right sides of the valley entrance. A vicious aura rushed towards them. The two stone sculptures were clearly the size of a calf. They were more than 100 feet tall. Young Kai clicked his tongue in wonder at the moon, because this wolf demon was a rank 12 traces of erosion by the flowing time great emperor. It was equivalent to a human expert from the emperor realm. Young Kai might not have known what kind of creature the stone was not very strong. But after hearing the early stage of rank 12, he naturally guessed surprised young Kai even more was that he actually sensed a trace of Basket's smiled and nodded. Wolf demon. That's right. Thinking back to the foundation of my Skywolf Valley is the Moonhowl Celestial Wolf. Basket smiled when she saw the wolf. This is something left behind by the first generation ancestral master. Little Five, were you waiting for 20 to 30,000 years large head nuzzled in Lanhi's arms. Young Kai nodded, not stingy with his praise. Basket laughed with it for a while before not to be underestimated. Little Five, even though he acted arrogantly in front of the brother Young Kai, lands, who saved my life back then. As if he was certain that he could defeat her. She then said to Young Kai, if he really provoked the Wan Feng and fought with Little Five, he was afraid that he would not be her match. And the wolf's eyes were sharp. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf was also a holy spirit, and expressed its gratitude so it was naturally not in a very human-like manner. Brother Young, please. Young Kai also knew that a rank 12 monster beast had already gained intelligence into the valley. It was definitely not something an ordinary monster I'll bring you to see the Valley Master first. He cupped his hands and said, if you want to go to Spirit Beast Island, you have to ask him for help. With a displeased look on his hesitated. Young Kai was make things difficult for the Valley Master, until she was convulsing. Lanhi pursed her lips and smiled. Brother Young, Little Five, the Valley Master will agree. Just as she finished his eyes and said, a series of crackling sounds came from the Valley Master is my master. Its huge body distorted and suddenly turned into a burly woman. The master also She was a head taller than Basket. Young Kai could not help but laugh. Wide. There were quite a number of disciples in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Her fingernails were as sharp as blades. About 3,000 to 4,000 people. She wore a short shirt and a short skirt. They were all scattered her round and thick thighs were exposed to the air. There were also some spirit peaks in the valley. Her bulging muscles definitely contained smaller than the ones that surrounded the valley. She waved her fist at Young Kai and roared. The valley was rich in spirit energy. And Young Kai was of flowers was pleasant. But you can't blame me. It could be called a place of beauty. If you were a man or a woman. Furthermore, Basket jumped up and patted her head of wolf demons in the valley. Only then did Little Five curl her lips. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. She cupped her hands and said, I've heard Xiao He mention you. Thank you for what happened back then. Young Kai smiled. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Xiao Wu looked at Young Kai from head to toe, then nudged Lan He with his broad shoulders and said casually, This little brat is not bad. Why don't you take him in? You're not young anymore. It's time to find a man. As soon as he said that, Basket he was embarrassed. Young Kai was also stunned. He thought to himself, I'm not deaf. You should act like you're whispering. Why did you say it so loudly? Basket, he blushed and reprimanded. Don't talk nonsense. Brother Yang is in trouble this time. I brought him to find Master. What trouble? Little Five asked curiously. It's useless to tell you. Just wait here obediently. I'll come find you later. As she said that, she hurriedly called out to Young Kai, fearing that Little Five would say something shocking again. Looking at the backs of the two people disappearing, Little Five snorted. Her figure twisted again and turned into a giant wolf, galloping on the ground. I've let Brother Yang see a joke. Little Five has always been so outspoken. Brother Yang, you don't have to mind. Basket, he said somewhat embarrassedly. Young Kai smiled slightly. Little Five is quite interesting. Basket, he said. I grew up with Little Five. If a disciple of my heavenly wolf valley has the aptitude, they can subdue a battle wolf. To others, they may only be a helper or a monster beast. But to the disciples of my heavenly wolf valley, they are family, brothers and sisters. Young Kai said, last time in the Shattered Star Sea, I didn't see you bring Little Five with you. Basket, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's too rare to get a spot to enter the Shattered Star Sea. My heavenly wolf valley only got a few spots, so Little Five couldn't enter. Young Kai nodded. He had also entered the Shattered Star Sea, so he naturally knew that when the Shattered Star Sea opened, only those with star seals could be summoned and qualified to enter. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at a large hall. Basket, he arranged for Young Kai to sit down and rest, then ordered someone to serve tea. Only then did she say to Young Kai, Brother Yang, wait a moment. I'll go find Master. Young Kai naturally didn't refuse. Basket, he turned around and left again. Heavenly Wolf Valley, on a certain spirit peak. Basket, he barged in and shouted, Master, Master. A moment later, a sigh came from a hut. I'm here. Basket, he followed the voice and bowed to a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance. Master. This middle-aged man was Heavenly Wolf Valley's Valley Master, Tang Sheng. He was also the strongest person in Heavenly Wolf Valley, having a second-order Emperor Realm cultivation. Although there was another Vice Valley Master in Heavenly Wolf Valley, Qian Xiuying, who was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The two of them were husband and wife, and Tang Sheng had broken through earlier. So if they really fought, Tang Sheng should have the upper hand. Opening his eyes slightly, and looking at his disciple in front of him, Tang Sheng was quite satisfied. Heavenly Wolf Valley wasn't a top sect, so it wasn't easy to nurture someone from the Emperor Realm. Basket, he didn't disappoint him, and advanced to the Emperor Realm early. As her master, how could he be dissatisfied? Smiling, he asked, What did you gain from this trip? Basket, he said, I gained some knowledge and heard some anecdotes, so
but
I
I
didn't
didn't
gain
much.
remember.
Tang
Basket,
Sheng
he
smiled
smiled behind
faintly
him
and said,
and pressed her
On the
hands
road
on his
of growth,
shoulders.
what you
Rubbing
see
them
and hear is
and
also
said
an
with a smile.
experience.
Maybe
Disciple
one
is
day,
asking if
what
Master
you hear or
remembers
see
will
will become
become
the
the
nutrients
nutrients
to my
for your
Heavenly
growth.
Wolf Valley.
The key to your
Tang
breakthrough,
Sheng sighed,
or the straw that
Naturally,
saves
it's
your
for
life.
Wuan.
Her
You're right,
relationship
Master.
with Wuan is
Basket,
stronger
he
than
looked at
gold.
him with a smile.
If not,
Without the
why would I
restraint
make
of
an
an
exception
ordinary
to accept
disciple
her
facing
into
her
Heavenly
master?
Wolf Valley?
Instead,
And even give
she
her
was
the
like a
position of
daughter
elder.
facing her father.
Ling Yin
I
Qin
saw
wasn't
the
from
life-saving
Heavenly
straw
Wolf
this
Valley.
time.
She only married
Tang
a
Sheng
disciple
asked
of Heavenly
curiously,
Wolf Valley.
What life-saving
Wuan.
straw?
Unfortunately,
Basket, he
Wuan
said,
died prematurely
Master,
in a
do you
sealed
still
world.
remember Elder Ling?
So she traveled
As she
thousands of
spoke,
kilometers
she
to
walked
escort
over and
Wu
poured
An's
a cup of
ashes
tea
to
for
Heavenly
Tang
Wolf
Sheng.
Valley,
Tang Sheng
so that
picked
her
up the
husband
teacup
could rest
and took
in
a sip.
peace.
Elder Ling is an elder of my Heavenly Wolf Valley. Chapter 3297. Therefore, the deceased Wu and Tang Sheng were brother. Ling Yingqin's seniority was the same as Tang Sheng's, 1 generation higher than Lan He. When Ling Yingqin first came to Heavenly Wolf Valley, she was only in the third order Dao Source realm. But Heavenly Wolf Valley had not mistreated her over the years. Coupled with her solid foundation, she finally broke through to the Emperor realm a few years ago, and was promoted to the position of Elder by Tang Sheng. Lan He said, back then in the Shattered Star Sea, this disciple met someone. It was that person who told this disciple about Elder Ling. After coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, this disciple sent someone out to inquire about Elder Ling coincidentally. It didn't take long for this disciple to find something and bring her into the valley. This was because a beast-seeking envoy from the Spirit Beast Island had left behind a keepsake for credit from Master. With that keepsake, having the Emperor realm would be able to find the approximate location of the Spirit Beast Island. So he thought Lan He was asking for some benefits. He smiled and said, Lan He stuck out her tongue and said, it's just a small matter. Of course not. Since you are indebted to him, I want to say that the person who told me this back then is called Yang Kai. And help him find the Spirit Beast Island. He seemed to have saved might be the Skywolf Valley's greatest reliance. But they were only using it to find the location. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. It wasn't considered to look at her favor of the Spirit Beast Island. You said you saw a life-saving straw. So there was no loss to the Skywolf Valley. Lan He pursed her lips and smiled. If the Skywolf Valley were to encounter any danger, I met that brother Yang this time. Would still be useful. He's in the Eastern Territory. It was not a bad idea to return a favor to the Southern Territory. Furthermore, he could also befriend the Southern Territory. Tang Sheng had heard from Lan He that the youth was very powerful and had outstanding talent. Then did you bring him back? What was even rarer, he's your savior, was that he was proficient in spatial law. You should thank him properly. His future was bound to be limitless. Of course, I brought him back. To obtain the title of number one under the great emperor. When Tang Sheng heard this, he was proficient in the spatial law and glared at her. In the future, you little girl, Kai might not be inferior to Li Wui. Why didn't you say so earlier? If they could have a good relationship, you're beating around the bush. It would be beneficial for the Skywolf Valley in the future. I should go and see him to express my gratitude. Lan He smiled already and had said, a plan. I have already thanked you. This was not to say that he was good at scheming, solemnly, but it was just a normal enough for saving my life. Moreover, Lan He took advantage of the situation and said, Valley. Actually, he was concerned about the entire sect, Master for help. So naturally, he would think originally, Lan He was not happy to hear this. Instead, now that you've said she looked at him cautiously and stammered. Tang Sheng stopped in his tracks. It would be fine if that was all. And suddenly had a bad premonition. Situation is not very good. He turned to look at Lan He and said, Tang Sheng was feel that you don't have any good intentions? Lan He said, tea and water. Master, massage my shoulders and back. He killed a lot of people who is in unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Holy sons of Brahma. How could that be? How could I be such a person in Master's eyes? Tang Sheng's expression changed slightly. Lan He pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Brahma Holy Land is looking for trouble with him. There is also the netherworld. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Lan He's voice paused for a moment and said, it seems like he came here to ask for something big. Really changed this time. What does he want me to help with? Looking for trouble with the young Kai was one thing. Master, but now two top forces were looking for trouble with him? Otherwise, how could he still be careful of my sect rules? Others would rather avoid such a hot potato. Lan He's head, who would be stupid enough to bring it to their own hands. Tang Sheng really didn't know what to say for a moment. So he angrily pointed at her. He came to the Eastern Territory this time to go to the Spirit Beast Island. Didn't you say that a drop of water Unfortunately, he couldn't find a way. Spring? What's more, he saved this disciple's life. Expression if he hadn't sent me out of the void cracked back then, he nodded this disciple would have died long ago. I understand. Tang Sheng said bitterly, Beast Island was untraceable, but it also depends on the timing. Wouldn't be able to find it if they didn't know the way. You are bringing trouble to my Heavenly Wolf Territory. Didn't know where the Spirit Beast Island was. Doesn't our Heavenly Wolf Valley have the token of Spirit Beast Island? Others might not know, but the Skywolf Valley had a way to find it. Although those two forces are powerful, they wouldn't dare to attack us, right? Tang Sheng was exasperated. Indeed, they don't dare to make a move on us. But don't forget that since the Sky Wolf Valley is in the East region, everything we do will be restricted by various parties. We can't be arrogant just because we have the Spirit Beast Islands token. If we provoke those two major forces, how can our Sky Wolf Valley live peacefully in the future? How can a disciple who goes out for experience have any safety guarantee? Girl, you really make me angry. Lan He was at a loss and said, Then what should we do? Tang Sheng paced back and forth, and after a moment of silence, his eyes flashed with a trace of decisiveness. Now, we can only deny the token and exclude my Heavenly Wolf Valley from this matter. Then let him leave early. But I have already promised him. Lan He looked at Tang Sheng in disbelief, as though she didn't expect her master to make such a decision. She had a feeling of disbelief in her heart. Tang Sheng shook his head and said, Your promise isn't accurate. I am in charge of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Lan He said in shock, Master, do you want your disciple to be an untrustworthy and unjust person? Presumptuous. Tang Sheng turned his head and shouted angrily with a dignified expression. Suddenly, he calmed down and said, Xiao He, you have to understand, Master. You have to think more about the future of the thousands of Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples. If possible, Master isn't willing to do this, but if we help and protect him, it is equivalent to becoming enemies with those two top forces. How will my Heavenly Wolf Valley survive in the Eastern Territory in the future? You aren't someone who can't see the big picture, so you should be able to understand. Lan He opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Her face was filled with bitterness. Now that things had come to this, she didn't know how to face Yang Kai. After all, she had already said it. And now that she couldn't fulfill the agreement, she didn't know how Yang Kai would view her. But she also knew that since her master had made a decision, there was nothing she could say to change it. She thought for a moment and said, Master, can you let me keep the token for a period of time? I will bring him away from the Heavenly Wolf Valley and accompany him to find the Spirit Beast Island. I will return once I find the Spirit Beast Island. Tang Sheng shook his head and said, If there weren't those two top forces, this wouldn't be impossible. But since they are looking for trouble with Yang Kai, you absolutely can't do this. They won't let you off for my sake. What if something happens to you? But there's no need to talk about this anymore. Tang Sheng raised his hand to stop her from speaking. Now follow Master to meet that Yang Kai. Lan He followed behind in a daze. Along the way, Tang Sheng took out his communication compass and communicated with someone. A moment later, a woman in palace attire flew over. It was the Deputy Valley Master of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Qian Xiuying, who was also Tang Sheng's wife. Once he showed himself, glancing at Lan He, by two major factions, smiled and said, He even caused trouble for the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Why are you so listless? Did the Heavenly Wolf Valley your master scold you again? Qian Xiuying Tell me what happened so in her heart. Master's wife didn't will show make it the on decision for you. She looked at Lan He lowered her head and didn't say why he was going to the Spirit Beast Island. He briefly recounted what had happened with anyone from the Spirit Beast Island. Only then did Qian Xiuying understand why Lan He was depressed. Tang Sheng pondered for a moment and said, Yang Kai is this matter is a little troublesome. She also felt a little indignant about Yang Kai to seek advice. Forget about him killing two saints. Qian Xiuying and a personal disciple of the Netherworld sect master. He doesn't have any special relationship with the Spirit Beast Island. Why did he have to run to the Eastern Territory? So what if he came? He should at least hide his whereabouts. Chapter 3298. If Yang Kai really had a special relationship with Spirit Beast Island, he wouldn't have had to ask Heavenly Wolf Valley for help when he couldn't even find a way. Thinking of this, Qian Xiaoying looked at Lan He and smiled. Don't worry, Xiao He. Heaven helps the good. The two top forces might not be able to do anything to him. Lan He raised her head and looked at her. Master's wife means, Qian Xiaoying said. Those who are proficient in space principles are the best at escaping. He isn't a match for the masters of the two great forces. But if he can't beat them, can't he run? Have you heard the rumor that Master Li Wuyi somehow provoked the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire? He was chased by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire. But in the end, Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying divine technique to escape and continued to ask, have to know what kind of figures I know where young Master Yang is now? Although Li Wuyi is known as the young Master Yang is already a second-order emperor realm master. The gap between him with such a cultivation at such a young age. Your place must be extraordinary. From the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire with a smile. It shows how profound the space serving as an honored guest elder even if Yang Kai's attainments in this Dao are not as good as the palace master of the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Hearing her words, after all, others already thought that he was from the Southern Territory. If he mentioned that he was the palace master of a palace in the Northern Territory, that it would be more or less amazing. Allowing him to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Moved. The people from Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land forces in the Southern Territory might not be able to do anything to him. Yang Kai nodded. The worry in her heart was finally Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. But the guilt didn't lessen at all. Tang when they arrived at the guest hall, this Tang has also heard of Azure Sun Temple. She didn't have the face to see Yang Kai, forces in the Southern Territory. She didn't follow them in. Azure Sun Temple outside and waited with a sullen expression. And Heavenly Marshal Holy Land are all extraordinary. They are on par with the three great forces inside the Eastern Territory. A man and a woman arrived together. Forces in the world. Yang Kai, my Heavenly Wolf Valley is in the hall. Noticed them and immediately got Valley up to Master look at them. Doesn't need to be with modest. Just a glance, he confirmed their identities. Valley is also very on the way good. Here. The two Valley Masters told him about the profound cultivation of Heavenly Wolf Valley. In time, letting him know that there were so-called top second-order Emperor Realm Masters in Heavenly Wolf Valley. Then, I will rely on young Valley Master Tang Sheng and his wife. After a pause, he said, whom she mentioned before. Speaking of which, the man was elegant, Tang was young, and the woman beautiful. He also said a like lofty dream of wandering Yang Kai was the territories of the so star boundary. So he couldn't be rude and quickly cupped his fists. He was tied down by many things and couldn't achieve his long-cherished wish. He didn't even leave the Eastern Territory. It's really a shame, Grace, since young Master Yang is from the Southern Territory. Fists. Can you tell me what is the difference between the Southern Territory startled and the Eastern Territory? Although this couple gave him an extremely hospitable feeling, looked at Yang Kai curiously. There was a kind of unfamiliarity. She seemed to be very interested in this. That was difficult Yang to detect. Kai was silent for a moment. He didn't have much of a friendship with Lan He, since he had a request for them later on. Meeting Tang he might as well satisfy their curiosity. So he understood. Speaking of which, outside the hall, traveled the four territories of the star boundary, so he couldn't had also experienced the customs of each region. Young Master Yang, in terms of age, please take a seat. He couldn't be compared to Tang Sheng gestured with his hand. And he, but in terms of knowledge and experience, to the 2 seats above he was able to shake them off. He then shouted, "Come serve tea." He spoke frankly and eloquently. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying were intoxicated as they listened. Tang Sheng smiled as though they were immersed in the situation as they kept asking questions. I heard from Xiao He that young Master Yang mouth was dry from talking, but the husband and wife opposite him still looked as though they wanted to continue. They didn't mention anything about the Spirit Beast Island's keepsake, which made him very depressed. He felt that he should have already told them the purpose of his visit. They kept asking him about the Southern Territory, but didn't mention the keepsake. What was the meaning of this? Finally finding a gap, Yang Kai could only take the initiative to attack. Valley Masters, please forgive me. This Yang has come to Skywolf Valley to ask for a favor. Hearing this, Tang Sheng sighed and said, "This Tang roughly knows what young Master Yang is asking for. Xiao He has also told me before, but I'm afraid this matter will disappoint young Master Yang." Yang Kai was stunned. Valley Master means, Tang Sheng smiled bitterly. Back then, My Skywolf Valley did obtain a descendant of the moon-howling heavenly wolf. Strictly speaking, it wasn't considered a descendant. It only slightly awakened its ancestral bloodline. But there was nothing special about it. Later on, the Spirit Beast Island got the news from somewhere, and a beast-seeking envoy came to my Skywolf Valley to ask for the monster beast, and gave some compensation. This is all true. But this Tang made up the Spirit Beast Island's keepsake. Made up? Yang Kai was shocked. This matter could be made up. Tang Xing said, that's right. This Tang purposely made up this news, and then spread it out to add an invisible layer of protection to my Skywolf Valley, and make other forces fear my Skywolf Valley. Even though the Spirit Beast Island heard this news, it is a fact that they took away my Skywolf Valley's monster beast. Furthermore, this Tang's actions will not damage the Spirit Beast Island's reputation. With the Spirit Beast Island's ability, they naturally disdain to make things difficult for my Skywolf Valley. However, I didn't expect young Master Yang to come here in vain today. I'm really ashamed. After listening to his explanation, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He previously thought that his luck had taken a turn for the better. He didn't expect that the keepsake was actually a fabrication. Since it had come to this, what else could he say? His heart moved as he said, is it because of this that young Lady Lan doesn't dare to see me? Qian Xiuying sighed and said, Xiao He feels that she has broken her promise to you, so she doesn't have the face to see you. Yang Kai laughed and said, that's not necessary. Young Lady Lan is thinking too much. Qian Xiuying said, that child is like this. She likes to take everything seriously. She has never forgotten the grace of saving her back then. This time, she can see you in the Eastern Territory. Naturally, she wants to repay the kindness of those years. However, she doesn't know whether the news is true or not. She thought that my Skywolf Valley really has the keepsake of the Spirit Beast Island, so she brought you here. Tang Xing said, this Tang is in the wrong. Back then, I just wanted to use that opportunity to add a layer of protection to the Skywolf Valley. I didn't want to harm Xiaohe. You must not blame her. Yang Kai said solemnly, absolutely not. If it weren't for Lan He's reminder, he really wouldn't have known that he was being targeted by the Brahma Holy Land and the Netherworld sect. Qian Xiuying said, if you really want to find the Spirit Beast Island, you might as well go to the cities by the sea to take a look. Maybe you will find some clues. Yang Kai nodded, but in his heart, he thought that if he really couldn't find the way, he might as well not go to the Spirit Beast Island. He smiled slightly and said, his main purpose in coming to the Eastern Territory this time, please take care of to go to Dragon Island. This Young will leave in a while. The Spirit Beast Island, if I have time in the future, I will come to visit the two of you. Liu Yan had lived on the Spirit Beast Island for a long time. I'm ashamed, but she might not know the location of matters in the Valley Island. In that case, when Jiufeng took her away, not be polite she was still a phoenix egg. Please help yourself. She went directly to Dragon Island. He left and followed Yang Kai to the lower territory. Yang Kai turned his head at this moment and looked at their disappearing backs. Suddenly frowned. He reached out a communication artifact from his space ring and deep meaning flashed in his eyes. Immediately, his expression changed, and he turned to look at words sounded reasonable. Yang Kai observed his actions made him feel that something was wrong. Received an important message. He did not dare to say whether he had the token or not, but it was definitely true that the Heavenly Wolf Valley did not welcome him. Otherwise, the couple would not have left together. If there was really something important, one of them could handle it. Why did they have to go together? They did not even express their intention to stay for a few days. After he said that he would leave in a while, Yang Kai clearly felt that they were secretly relieved. They were afraid of getting into trouble. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.